Hello everyone, I am the Macabre. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from and what time are you watching now? Sit back and relax. The Blood Moon Ritual Chapter 1. The arrival of the moon Ashford was a town with an unsettling quietness that seemed to linger longer than it should, like a haunting melody that never truly fades away. Nestled in a valley surrounded by dense, dark forests and jagged cliffs, the town had a reputation for being isolated, even forgotten by time itself. Its residents, a mix of old families and newcomers, lived their lives in careful routine, each day blending into the next. But that was before the blood moon. This rare celestial event, a blood-red moon that lit up the night sky like a fiery omen, was a phenomenon whispered about for generations. Some called it an omen, others a curse, but no one could deny that it held a power far beyond what anyone could understand. The last time Ashford had seen the blood moon, centuries ago, was when the town's founding ancestors made a pact with an ancient entity. Since then, the event had been remembered only in old stories, passed down as warnings but not fully believed. As the moon's arrival grew imminent, the town's mood shifted. The streets became emptier, and the usual chatter of the marketplace fell silent. People walked quickly, their heads lowered, as if the very air had grown colder, thicker with dread. Everyone had heard the stories, but it wasn't until the moon began to rise that the feeling of unease became palpable, as though an unseen hand were squeezing the life out of the town. Rachel, a young woman of 17, noticed it first. She had always been different, more curious, more willing to question the shadows that hung over Ashford's history. While the others were afraid, she was fascinated by the blood moon. She had grown up hearing tales from her grandmother about how the moon was a harbinger of something terrible, something that could awaken from the depths of the earth itself. But Rachel never quite understood why the town was so afraid. To her, it was just another celestial event. Until now. The old clock tower in the town square began to toll, its heavy chimes echoing through the fog-filled streets. It was a signal of something, though no one could say exactly what. The town had always been superstitious, and this was no different. As the chimes rang, the sky above began to darken, and a strange red hue bled across the horizon. The sun sank lower, and the world felt like it was holding its breath. People stopped in their tracks and looked upward, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. In the woods, the wind picked up. It howled through the trees, making them sway and creak like ancient bones. The animals, too, seemed to sense the change. Dogs barked frantically, their fur bristling with unease, while birds flew erratically, screeching as they veered away from the town. A sudden chill swept through Ashford, one that felt unnatural, a coldness that sunk into the very marrow of the bones. The town's elders were the only ones who still kept the true meaning of the blood moon alive in their hearts. They had seen it all before. They knew what it meant, what was coming. As children, they had been told of the pact, the blood price paid long ago to ensure Ashford's survival. But now, those who remained were frail, old, their memories clouded by time. Still, they gathered at the town hall, sitting in their ancient chairs with shaking hands, waiting for the inevitable. Rachel stood near the window of her home, staring out at the sky. Her grandmother's words echoed in her mind, a warning that had always been dismissed as superstition. When the blood moon rises, Ashford will remember its past, she had said, her voice trembling. And when it does, we will all pay the price. Rachel had never understood the fear that gripped her grandmother, but now, standing there in the growing darkness, she felt it too. At the same time, in the heart of the town, a strange ritual began. The elders had started their whispered chants, their voices soft but urgent. They had waited for this night for years, watching the signs, waiting for the blood moon to come. There was no turning back now. The ritual was an ancient one, designed to keep the town safe, or so they believed. But deep within the walls of the town hall, there was more than just superstition at play. There were ancient, hidden truths that Rachel was about to uncover. Suddenly, A scream pierced the night. It was distant at first, but it carried through the streets like a ghostly wail, sending shivers down Rachel's spine. Her heart raced as she heard the frantic footsteps of townspeople running in all directions, the sound of doors slamming shut, and hushed voices murmuring prayers. The blood moon had risen fully now, casting a red glow over Ashford, bathing everything in its eerie light. The town had always been a place of quiet secrets, but now those secrets were about to surface. As the moon hung heavy in the sky, Rachel felt a pull in her gut, something ancient stirring, calling to her. She didn't know it yet, but this night would change everything. The town's dark history, the pact made under the blood-red sky, and the truth behind the blood moon were about to reveal themselves in a way no one could ever escape. And as the clock tower struck midnight, the first of many shadows began to stir in the woods, moving toward Ashford, drawn to the light of the moon. Chapter 2. The legend of the elders. The elders had always been the keepers of Ashford's secrets, the ones who had witnessed the horrors of the past and survived to tell the tale. But their stories were more than just old myths or frightening bedtime tales. These were the whispered truths of the town's very foundation, passed down through generations. And as the blood moon approached, the elders gathered in their darkened meeting hall, preparing for the ritual that had been set in motion centuries ago. Rachel had heard the stories countless times as a child, sitting at her grandmother's feet, staring up at the firelight that danced across the walls. The tales were always the same. The founders of Ashford, seeking power and protection, had made a pact with an ancient and forgotten deity. The moon had turned red that night, as it would tonight, signaling the agreement was to be sealed with blood, human blood. Rachel had never truly understood the weight of those stories, but now, with the blood moon rising high above, she couldn't shake the feeling that something far darker was at play. The town hall was silent as the elders gathered, their faces pale and lined with age. They sat in a circle, their voices hushed, murmuring prayers that had been handed down from generation to generation. Their hands trembled as they held their ancient scrolls, written in languages that were no longer spoken. The candles around them flickered in the heavy air, casting long shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. The elders' eyes glinted with a fear Rachel had never seen before. They spoke of a time long ago, when the town's founders, desperate to protect Ashford from the dangers lurking in the wilderness, had made a terrible bargain with the creature that dwelled in the depths of the earth. They had sought to control it, to use its power to ensure the survival of their town, but they had underestimated the cost. The deity, ancient and powerful, demanded a sacrifice for its favor. And so, the founders offered it one of their own children, a life given willingly to secure the pact. The night the first blood moon rose over Ashford, the heavens themselves seemed to bleed. The town's founders performed a ritual beneath the crimson sky, their hands raised to the moon as the ground trembled beneath their feet. The sacrifice was made, the child's life drained into the earth. In exchange, the deity bestowed its protection upon the town, but it came at a price. Every blood moon thereafter, the pact would be renewed, and another life would be required to keep the town safe. A never-ending cycle of bloodshed and fear, hidden from the world outside, but known to those who lived in Ashford. Rachel's grandmother had always spoken of the blood moon with a sense of dread, warning her of the dangers it would bring. When the moon turns red, she would say, the blood that was spilled long ago calls to those who made the pact. And it will call to you, too. Rachel had never understood what that meant, but now, as the red light bathed the town, she felt an unsettling connection to those ancient words. The elders' voices grew softer, their chanting more urgent. They knew that this was their last chance to fulfill their duty. The pact was nearing its end, and they could feel the pull of the ancient deity, drawing nearer with each passing hour. Some spoke of the prophecy that had been passed down alongside the ritual, a prophecy that claimed that one day, a child of Ashford would break the pact and free the town from its curse. But there had never been a child brave enough, or foolish enough, to challenge the power that the deity wielded. As the elders continued their rituals, Rachel stood outside the town hall, watching the moon rise higher in the sky. Its red light cast long shadows across the streets, and she couldn't help but feel drawn to it. Something was calling to her, something deep within her soul. She had never believed the stories, but now, standing there under the crimson glow, she couldn't deny the sense of dread that settled in her chest. It was then that Rachel heard the first of the whispers. They were soft at first, like the rustling of leaves in the wind, but they quickly grew louder, more distinct. Her name was carried on the wind, a voice familiar yet distant. "Rachel," it whispered, as though calling her from the darkness. She looked around, but no one was there. The streets were empty, the only sound the soft crackle of the fire in the distance. Fear clenched her heart, but she couldn't resist the pull. It was as though the blood moon itself was drawing her closer, beckoning her to uncover the truth hidden in the shadows of Ashford's past. Rachel turned and began to walk toward the woods, her feet moving without her command, as if something or someone was guiding her. The whispers grew louder, their voices echoing in her ears. In the distance, the trees swayed, and the shadows seemed to move with a life of their own. Rachel could feel the air grow colder, her breath visible in the night. She had always been told to stay away from the woods at night, especially when the blood moon was rising, but tonight, something compelled her to go deeper. She was no longer afraid, not of the darkness, not of the strange whispers that haunted her every step. She was driven by a need to know, to uncover the truth about Ashford's cursed history. The path through the woods was overgrown, the trees thick with branches that seemed to claw at her as she passed. The further she walked, the more the air seemed to change, heavy with the scent of earth and decay. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she couldn't stop. The whispers were louder now, and she could almost feel the presence of something watching her from the shadows. It was as though the very woods themselves were alive, aware of her every move. And then she saw it, a clearing up ahead, bathed in the eerie red light of the moon. In the center stood an ancient stone altar, covered in moss and worn by the passage of time. The whispers stopped abruptly as Rachel stepped into the clearing. She stood there, her breath shallow, her eyes locked on the altar. This was where it had all begun, the site of the first sacrifice, the birthplace of the pact that had bound Ashford to its fate. Suddenly, she felt a cold hand on her shoulder. Chapter 3. The unseen watchers. Rachel's heart raced as the cold hand on her shoulder tightened. She spun around, but there was no one there. The clearing was empty, save for the dark altar and the twisted trees surrounding her. She swallowed hard, trying to steady her breath. The air felt thick with tension, heavy and suffocating. The only sound was the distant howling of the wind, but it seemed to carry with it a darker tone, like a warning. She wasn't alone. Her eyes darted around the clearing, every shadow seeming to shift and move in the corner of her vision. The trees groaned, as if whispering secrets to each other. The feeling of being watched grew stronger with each passing moment, and she felt a chill race down her spine. Rachel stepped back, but as she did, her foot caught on something. She looked down and saw a long, gnarled root winding across the ground, and when she pulled away, she noticed that the ground beneath her had begun to shift. Suddenly, the stillness was broken. A loud crack echoed through the clearing, followed by a low, guttural growl that made Rachel's blood run cold. Her eyes widened in panic as she looked around, searching for the source of the noise. Nothing appeared, but the sense of dread had escalated. She could feel something in the darkness, something ancient and malignant, moving just beyond the edge of her vision. Then she heard it again, a scraping sound, soft and slow, like claws dragging across stone. Rachel's pulse quickened, and she instinctively took a step back. The air seemed to thicken with each passing moment, pressing down on her as if the very forest was closing in. She felt as though the shadows themselves were alive, watching her, waiting for her to make a mistake. And then, just as quickly as the noise had started, it stopped. The clearing was eerily silent once more, the only sound the rustling of leaves in the wind. But Rachel couldn't shake the feeling that something was still lurking in the darkness, unseen, its eyes fixed on her. She turned on her heel, ready to flee, but her legs froze as her eyes locked onto something in the distance. At the edge of the clearing, Half hidden by the shadows, stood a figure. It was tall, impossibly thin, with long, spindly limbs that seemed to stretch out unnaturally. The figure was cloaked in tattered robes, the fabric hanging loose and flowing like smoke. Its face was obscured, hidden in the shadows of its hood. But Rachel could feel its gaze, piercing through the darkness, locking onto her with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. For a moment, she couldn't move, paralyzed by the presence of this figure. Her mind screamed for her to run, but her feet remained rooted to the spot. The figure stepped forward, moving slowly and deliberately, its presence filling the clearing like a suffocating fog. Rachel could hear the faintest sound of whispering, but it was unintelligible, like the words were being spoken in a language she couldn't comprehend. The figure extended a long, bony hand toward her, and Rachel felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and take it. But before she could make a move, the figure's arm dropped, and it turned away, disappearing back into the shadows. A low, unsettling laugh echoed through the woods, and Rachel's heart skipped a beat. Something was watching her, something that had been waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. The figure wasn't alone. There were others, hidden just beyond the trees, their eyes gleaming in the darkness. Rachel could feel them, lurking just out of sight, waiting to make their move. She wasn't sure if they were human or something else entirely, but the coldness in their gaze told her that they were far from ordinary. In the distance, Rachel could hear the faint sound of chanting. It was muffled, but the words felt familiar, like something she had heard before in the stories. Her grandmother's warnings echoed in her mind. When the blood moon rises, Ashford will remember its past. And now, as the shadows closed in around her, Rachel realized the truth of those words. The blood moon wasn't just an omen. It was a summons, a call to awaken the ancient forces that had been lying dormant for centuries. Rachel stepped backward, her eyes scanning the trees for any movement. Her instincts screamed at her to leave, to run back to the safety of her home. But the figure, and the watchers that surrounded her, were not going to let her go so easily. She turned on her heel and bolted through the clearing, her heart pounding in her chest. The woods seemed to twist and warp around her as she ran, the trees stretching out like hands trying to grab hold of her. Every step felt like she was being pulled deeper into the heart of the forest, toward something she couldn't escape. The whispers grew louder, now a chorus of voices, all speaking at once. The air felt thick, like it was closing in on her, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift, as though the forest itself was alive, reacting to her presence. Rachel's breath came in shallow gasps as she stumbled over roots and rocks, her eyes darting around in search of any sign of escape. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, everything stopped. The whispers ceased. The forest fell silent. Rachel stood there, panting, her body trembling with fear. She looked around, her heart still racing, but the figure was gone, as were the watchers. The clearing was empty once more, and for a moment she thought it had all been a nightmare. But the feeling of being watched didn't fade. If anything, it grew stronger. Chapter 4. The invitation. Rachel stood still in the clearing, her pulse still racing, her breath shallow and ragged. The events of the last few moments felt surreal, like a nightmare she couldn't shake off. The whispers, the figure in the shadows, the sudden disappearance, it was all too much for her mind to process. She rubbed her eyes, hoping that when she opened them again, the world would return to its normal, mundane state. But the red glow of the blood moon still bathed the forest in an eerie light, and the chill in the air was as palpable as ever. She took a cautious step back, her mind racing. The forest seemed to close in around her, the trees shifting with the wind, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Rachel had to get out of here. The feeling of being watched was unbearable, and every noise, every rustle of leaves made her jump. She needed to find her way back to the town, to safety. But where was the path? Suddenly, as if by some twist of fate, her foot brushed against something in the underbrush. She looked down and found a small, weathered piece of parchment, its edges frayed and torn. It lay half buried in the dirt, as if it had been dropped recently. Rachel hesitated, her breath caught in her throat. The forest was full of strange occurrences, but this felt like a sign. Slowly, she bent down and picked it up. The parchment was old, its surface cracked and worn, but the symbols etched on it were unmistakable. They were ancient, written in a language she couldn't understand, but somehow they felt familiar. A chill ran down her spine as she realized that the symbols were part of the same language she had seen in her grandmother's old books, the ones that spoke of the blood moon and the ancient deity. The pages had been locked away, hidden from her, but now, in the middle of the woods, this strange invitation had found its way to her. Her hand trembled as she unfolded the parchment. The invitation was simple, but the words that were written on it were chilling. The time has come. You are called to the gathering. The moon is red. Come, or suffer the consequences. Rachel's mind raced. Who had sent this? Why was it addressed to her? The words felt like an undeniable summons, one that she couldn't ignore. And yet, the idea of going to this gathering filled her with dread. She had no idea what she would find or what awaited her. But deep down, she knew that she had no choice. The blood moon was calling her, and the more she resisted, the more the darkness seemed to pull her toward it. The wind howled through the trees again, and Rachel shivered. She looked around, but the forest was as silent as before. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was being followed, that eyes were upon her. She couldn't stay in the clearing any longer. Clutching the parchment tightly in her hand, Rachel turned and made her way back toward the town, her footsteps quick and erratic, her heart pounding in her chest. As she walked, the woods seemed to close in around her. The familiar path was no longer visible, and every tree, every rock, every shadow felt alien, twisted. The further she walked, the darker the forest became. The red moon above cast long, haunting shadows, distorting the shapes of the trees and making them appear to move. She wanted to scream, but the words stuck in her throat. Then, just as she was beginning to lose hope, a flicker of light appeared ahead of her. It was faint at first, barely visible through the dense trees, but as she drew closer, it grew brighter. A lantern swayed in the distance, casting an eerie glow that illuminated the path ahead. Rachel's heart skipped a beat. She had to be close to something, someone. The invitation, the gathering, it all led here. She couldn't turn back now. The lantern light grew brighter as Rachel approached, and she saw a figure standing at the edge of the woods, cloaked in darkness. It was a tall man, dressed in robes that flowed like liquid shadows, his face hidden beneath a hood. He didn't speak, but Rachel felt his presence before she saw him. The air seemed to vibrate with energy, and the ground beneath her feet felt alive, pulsing with the rhythm of something ancient. Without a word, the man stepped aside, revealing a narrow path leading deeper into the woods. The invitation had been real. This was the gathering. This was where she was meant to go. Rachel stood frozen for a moment, her thoughts racing. Could she turn back now? Or had she already crossed a point of no return? The figure's voice broke through her thoughts, a low whisper that sent chills down her spine. Come. It's time. Rachel nodded slowly, her body moving on its own accord. She didn't know what awaited her at the end of the path, but she had no choice but to follow. The blood moon called her, and the shadows were waiting. As she walked deeper into the woods, the lantern light grew dimmer, and the darkness seemed to consume everything around her. The trees loomed overhead like towering giants, their branches twisting and reaching toward the sky. The path was narrow, barely wide enough for her to pass, but she pressed on, driven by an unknown force. And then, as if the forest itself had swallowed her whole, the path opened into a vast clearing. In the center stood a circle of figures, all cloaked in robes, their faces hidden in shadow. The air hummed with an energy that made Rachel's skin prickle, and she realized that she had walked into the heart of something ancient and terrifying. This was no ordinary gathering. This was the cult. The ones who had been waiting for the blood moon, Chapter 5. The gathering Rachel's breath caught in her throat as she stepped into the clearing, her eyes adjusting to the faint flickering of lanterns that lined the edges. The figures before her stood in a perfect circle, their robes swaying in unison with the wind, as though they were connected by an invisible force. The air around them felt thick, charged with an ancient power that hummed through Rachel's veins. Her heart pounded, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from the sight before her. The hooded figures didn't speak. They simply stood motionless, as though they were waiting for something or someone. Rachel's gaze flickered over them, her mind racing. These were not ordinary townspeople. They were something else, something far older. The symbols she had seen earlier on the invitation were engraved into the dark stone altar that stood at the center of the circle. The altar was covered in moss and ivy, but the symbols were still visible, glowing faintly in the eerie light of the blood moon. She felt a strange compulsion to approach it, but something in her gut told her to stay away. As if sensing her hesitation, one of the figures stepped forward. His robe was slightly different from the others, decorated with intricate patterns of silver thread that shimmered under the light. He lowered his hood, revealing an older man with piercing blue eyes, a face weathered with age but sharp, as though carved from stone. His presence was commanding, and Rachel instinctively knew that he was the leader of this gathering. "You've come," the man said, his voice deep and resonant, like the sound of thunder in the distance. "We knew you would." His eyes locked onto hers, and she felt the weight of his gaze, as though he were looking straight into her soul. Rachel's throat went dry, and she forced herself to speak. "Who are you?" Her voice trembled, despite her best efforts to remain calm. The man smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "We are the ones who have kept the pact," he said, his voice low, almost reverent. "We are the descendants of the founders of Ashford, the ones who first called the deity under the blood moon. And now, we call it once more." Rachel's pulse quickened as a sickening realization began to settle in. The cult, the figures in the circle, the blood-red moon overhead, it was all tied to the ancient deity her grandmother had warned her about, the one that had been summoned so many years ago in exchange for the town's protection. And now, it seemed, they were going to summon it again. But why? What did they need her for? Before she could ask, the leader raised his hand, silencing the group. The other figures remained motionless, their faces hidden, but Rachel could feel their eyes on her. Their presence was suffocating, like an overwhelming tide of darkness that she couldn't escape. "You are the chosen one," the man said, his voice softening slightly. "You have been brought here for a reason." Rachel's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The deity requires a sacrifice," the man replied, his tone almost reverent. "A human life to complete the ritual. Your blood is the key to bringing it back to the physical world." He paused for a moment, his gaze never leaving hers. "You are that sacrifice." The wind howled through the trees again, and Rachel shivered. She looked around, but the forest was as silent as before. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was being followed, that eyes were upon her. She couldn't stay in the clearing any longer. Clutching the parchment tightly in her hand, Rachel turned and made her way back toward the town, her footsteps quick and erratic, her heart pounding in her chest. As she walked, the woods seemed to close in around her. The familiar path was no longer visible, and every tree, every rock, every shadow felt alien, twisted. The further she walked, the darker the forest became. The red moon above cast long, haunting shadows, distorting the shapes of the trees and making them appear to move. She wanted to scream, but the words stuck in her throat. Then, just as she was beginning to lose hope, a flicker of light appeared ahead of her. It was faint at first, barely visible through the dense trees, but as she drew closer, it grew brighter. A lantern swayed in the distance, casting an eerie glow that illuminated the path ahead. Rachel's heart skipped a beat. She had to be close to something, someone. The invitation, the gathering, it all led here. She couldn't turn back now. The lantern light grew brighter as Rachel approached, and she saw a figure standing at the edge of the woods, cloaked in darkness. It was a tall man, dressed in robes that flowed like liquid shadows, his face hidden beneath a hood. He didn't speak, but Rachel felt his presence before she saw him. The air seemed to vibrate with energy, and the ground beneath her feet felt alive, pulsing with the rhythm of something ancient. Without a word, the man stepped aside, revealing a narrow path leading deeper into the woods. The invitation had been real. This was the gathering. This was where she was meant to go. Rachel stood frozen for a moment, her thoughts racing. Could she turn back now? Or had she already crossed a point of no return? The figure's voice broke through her thoughts, a low whisper that sent chills down her spine. "Come. It's time." Rachel nodded slowly, her body moving on its own accord. She didn't know what awaited her at the end of the path, but she had no choice but to follow. The blood moon called her, and the shadows were waiting. As she walked deeper into the woods, the lantern light grew dimmer, and the darkness seemed to consume everything around her. The trees loomed overhead like towering giants, their branches twisting and reaching toward the sky. The path was narrow, barely wide enough for her to pass, but she pressed on, driven by an unknown force. And then, as if the forest itself had swallowed her whole, the path opened into a vast clearing. In the center stood a circle of figures, all cloaked in robes, their faces hidden in shadow. The air hummed with an energy that made Rachel's skin prickle, and she realized that she had walked into the heart of something ancient and terrifying. This was no ordinary gathering. This was the cult. The ones who had been waiting for the blood moon, Chapter 5. The gathering. Rachel's breath caught in her throat as she stepped into the clearing, her eyes adjusting to the faint flickering of lanterns that lined the edges. The figures before her stood in a perfect circle, their robes swaying in unison with the wind, as though they were connected by an invisible force. The air around them felt thick, charged with an ancient power that hummed through Rachel's veins. Her heart pounded, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from the sight before her. The hooded figures didn't speak. They simply stood motionless, as though they were waiting for something or someone. Rachel's gaze flickered over them, her mind racing. These were not ordinary townspeople. They were something else, something far older. The symbols she had seen earlier on the invitation were engraved into the dark stone altar that stood at the center of the circle. The altar was covered in moss and ivy, but the symbols were still visible, glowing faintly in the eerie light of the blood moon. She felt a strange compulsion to approach it, but something in her gut told her to stay away. As if sensing her hesitation, one of the figures stepped forward. His robe was slightly different from the others, decorated with intricate patterns of silver thread that shimmered under the light. He lowered his hood, revealing an older man with piercing blue eyes, a face weathered with age but sharp, as though carved from stone. His presence was commanding, and Rachel instinctively knew that he was the leader of this gathering. "You've come," the man said, his voice deep and resonant, like the sound of thunder in the distance. "We knew you would." His eyes locked onto hers, and she felt the weight of his gaze, as though he were looking straight into her soul. Rachel's throat went dry, and she forced herself to speak. "Who are you?" Her voice trembled, despite her best efforts to remain calm. The man smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "We are the ones who have kept the pact," he said, his voice low, almost reverent. "We are the descendants of the founders of Ashford, the ones who first called the deity under the blood moon. And now, we call it once more." Rachel's pulse quickened as a sickening realization began to settle in. The cult, the figures in the circle, the blood-red moon overhead, it was all tied to the ancient deity her grandmother had warned her about, the one that had been summoned so many years ago in exchange for the town's protection. And now, it seemed, they were going to summon it again. But why? What did they need her for? Before she could ask, the leader raised his hand, silencing the group. The other figures remained motionless, their faces hidden, but Rachel could feel their eyes on her. Their presence was suffocating, like an overwhelming tide of darkness that she couldn't escape. "You are the chosen one," the man said, his voice softening slightly. "You have been brought here for a reason." Rachel's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The deity requires a sacrifice," the man replied, his tone almost reverent. "A human life to complete the ritual. Your blood is the key to bringing it back to the physical world." He paused for a moment, his gaze never leaving hers. "You are that sacrifice." Rachel's mind reeled as the words sank in. Sacrifice? Huh. She had been chosen to die, to feed the deity with her blood, just as the founders had done so many years ago. The horror of it all hit her like a physical blow. Her breath caught in her throat, and her knees weakened, threatening to give way beneath her. She had no idea how to escape, no idea what to do. She was trapped. "Why me?" she finally managed to ask, her voice hoarse. "Why am I the one who has to die?" The leader's expression softened, though it held a coldness that chilled her to the bone. "You are a descendant of the founders, just as we are. The blood that runs through your veins is tied to the ancient pact. You are part of the ritual. It is fate." His eyes darkened, and for a moment Rachel thought she saw a flicker of something darker beneath the surface, something sinister and ancient that had been waiting for this moment. Rachel's mind raced, her thoughts a blur. She had to get out of there, had to find a way to escape before it was too late. But as she looked around, she realized the other figures were closing in, their robes swishing softly in the night air. The cult members had surrounded her, their faces hidden in shadow, their hands raised as if to welcome her into the ritual. It was clear that they had planned this for years, that everything had led up to this moment. The blood moon was the signal, and she was the offering. Panic surged through Rachel, and without thinking, she turned and ran. Her heart pounded in her chest as she sprinted through the clearing, her feet slipping on the damp ground. The lantern seemed to flicker and waver as she passed, casting eerie shadows that danced at the edges of her vision. She could hear the sound of footsteps behind her, the cult members closing in, their robes brushing against the ground. They were coming for her. Rachel's mind screamed for her to keep running, but the clearing seemed endless, the trees closing in around her, the darkness pressing in like a physical barrier. She didn't know how far she had run, but the cult members were still gaining on her. The wind howled through the trees, and the red glow of the blood moon seemed to grow brighter, as if it were feeding off her fear, drawing her closer to the ritual's conclusion. Her body was exhausted, her breath ragged, but she couldn't stop. She had to survive. She had to find a way to break free. And then, just as she thought she couldn't run any longer, she heard a voice calling to her. Not the voice of the cult leader, but something else, a voice familiar, warm, comforting. "Rachel." It was her grandmother's voice, faint but unmistakable. "You have to stop them. You have to stop the ritual." Chapter 6. The Sacrifice. Rachel's heart thudded violently in her chest as she halted in her tracks, the sound of her grandmother's voice reverberating in her ears. She spun around, frantically searching the clearing for any sign of her. But there was nothing. The cult members were closing in, their faces hidden beneath their hoods, their steps measured and deliberate. She was trapped. But Rachel couldn't ignore the voice. She couldn't just run from it. There was something in her grandmother's words, a faint, desperate plea that tugged at the very core of her being. The cult had been closing in, but now the air felt still, as though time itself had frozen in place. The only thing she could hear was the pounding of her own heart. She couldn't breathe. The weight of the situation pressed down on her, heavier than she had ever felt before. The words the leader had spoken, "You are the chosen one. Your blood is the key," echoed in her mind, their meaning now becoming all too clear. She had been chosen as the sacrifice. The ritual required her life. The blood moon was the signal that the deity would return, and she was the offering to bring it back to the world. The leader of the cult stepped forward, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. His gaze was cold, unwavering. He had been waiting for this moment for too long to let it slip through his fingers now. "It's time," he said, his voice deep, the words resonating through the clearing like the sound of a death knell. Rachel's breath hitched in her throat. She was caught between two worlds, one where she fought for her life and another where the cult's ritual could not be stopped. She glanced at the altar, her eyes narrowing. It was there, where the blood would flow. The blood that would fuel the return of the deity, binding Ashford to its curse once again. "Please," Rachel gasped, her voice trembling as she fell to her knees. "I don't want to die. I can't do this." The cult leader's expression softened ever so slightly. "You are not dying in vain. You will bring about the rebirth of something ancient, something powerful. You will save Ashford from the darkness that lurks beyond." The words burned through Rachel like fire. The darkness that had haunted Ashford for centuries, the malevolent force that had been waiting for the right moment to rise. Her grandmother's stories flooded back to her, the warnings about the blood moon, the ancient deity that needed to be fed in order to return. Everything had led to this point, this moment, where the town's fate would be sealed with her blood. As the cult members circled around her, their hands raised, murmuring in a language that made Rachel's skin crawl, a sense of resignation began to settle within her. She had no choice. The ritual was already in motion. She could feel it, the air around her charged with an energy that she couldn't comprehend. This wasn't just about her. This was about the future of Ashford, a town that had made a pact so long ago that now, it seemed, no one could escape. The leader gestured for Rachel to rise, his voice taking on a different tone, one that was commanding yet strangely soothing. "You must embrace your role in this. You are not just a sacrifice. You are the key to unlocking the power that has slumbered beneath Ashford for centuries." Rachel's knees shook as she rose to her feet, her body trembling from both fear and something else, something darker that lurked within the cult's words. The cultists were chanting now, their voices growing louder, more insistent. The red light of the blood moon cast a sickly glow across the clearing, illuminating the altar where Rachel was to be offered. A chill ran down her spine as she stepped toward the altar, the sound of her footsteps drowned by the cult's chanting. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion and terror. She had to stop this. She had to find a way out. But the more she thought about it, the more hopeless it seemed. The ritual was beyond her control. Her blood, her very life, had already been claimed. Suddenly, a sharp pain sliced through Rachel's chest. She gasped, stumbling forward, her hand clutching her heart. Her breath came in shallow gasps, and she looked down at her chest in horror. Blood seeped through her fingers, warm and thick. Her body trembled as the pain intensified, and she sank to her knees before the altar. A cold laugh echoed from the shadows, the voice low and sinister. The leader of the cult stood before her, a knife in his hands. The gleaming steel caught the light of the blood moon, reflecting it like a deadly promise. Rachel's pulse quickened, her body filled with dread as the realization hit her. The sacrifice wasn't just symbolic. They had planned to take her life. Her blood would be spilled, her soul claimed by the ancient deity that lay beneath Ashford. "No," Rachel gasped, her voice breaking. "Please." But it was too late. The leader raised the knife high, his eyes gleaming with dark anticipation. And then, just as he was about to strike, Rachel's grandmother's voice whispered in her ear once more, faint but clear. "You must sever the pact. You must stop them." In that instant, everything changed. The ground beneath Rachel's knees shook, and a sudden burst of energy surged through her body. It was like a storm, powerful and overwhelming, filling her with a strength she hadn't known she possessed. The cult members faltered, their chanting slowing as they turned their attention to her. Rachel's hands shot out, her fingers crackling with a strange energy. The leader's expression turned from triumph to shock as she rose, her body glowing with an otherworldly light. She wasn't just a sacrifice. She was something more. She was the key to stopping the ritual. In a moment of sheer will, Rachel thrust her hands forward. The knife in the leader's grasp flew from his fingers, the cult members stumbling back in fear. The altar before her cracked open, the symbols etched into the stone glowing brighter, until they shattered with a deafening roar. Chapter 7. The awakening. The ground trembled beneath Rachel's feet as the energy surged through her. Her fingers still tingled with power, and she could feel the ancient force that had been unleashed pulsing within her. The blood moon above seemed to burn brighter, its red glow casting a strange, otherworldly light over the clearing. The air was thick, vibrating with a power that had lain dormant for centuries. She had stopped the ritual, but she could feel that it was far from over. The cult members recoiled in fear, their faces hidden behind their hoods, but Rachel could see the fear in their eyes. The leader, now standing several feet away, had lost his confident stance. His hands trembled at his sides, and his once authoritative presence was now a shadow of the power he had tried to wield. The air was thick with tension, and Rachel could feel it. Something ancient, something malevolent, was stirring beneath the earth, awakening as if it had been waiting for her. In the distance, a deep, guttural growl rumbled from the forest. It was low at first, but it grew louder with each passing second, shaking the trees and rattling the very ground beneath their feet. The sound was not of this world. It was the sound of something long buried, something hungry. Rachel's stomach twisted in dread as she realized that the deity, the Ancient One, was awakening, just as her grandmother had warned. It had been waiting for this moment, for the blood moon, for her blood. The leader's voice broke the silence. "You cannot stop it," he hissed, his face twisted in a mix of fear and fury. "It has already begun. The pact is sealed." Rachel's eyes narrowed as she took a step forward, feeling the ground beneath her feet crack and shift. The altar that had once held the symbols of the ritual now lay in ruins, its stone shattered and crumbling. Yet, even in the chaos, the power of the deity was still very much alive. She could feel it, a force of darkness clawing its way to the surface, as if trying to break free from its prison beneath Ashford. A shadow moved in the distance. At first, it was just a flicker, something that could have been mistaken for the wind or the shifting of the trees. But then, it grew larger, darker, more defined. Rachel's breath caught in her throat as the figure emerged from the woods, towering and monstrous, its shape contorting and twisting with each step it took. The ancient deity had been summoned, and now it was coming for them. The ground shook violently as the creature took another step, its massive form looming above the town. Its skin was dark and slick, like oil, and its eyes gleamed with a malicious light. Rachel could see the shape of the beast, something neither human nor animal, a creature born of nightmares, its limbs too long and twisted, its body an amalgamation of horrors that defied comprehension. The air was thick with an overpowering stench of rot, as though the creature had been trapped beneath the earth for centuries, waiting to escape. The cult members cried out in terror, their voices lost in the cacophony of the creature's growls and the shrieks of the wind. But Rachel stood her ground, the power still coursing through her, her heart pounding in her chest. "You have awoken it," the leader whispered, his voice trembling with fear. "Now it will consume everything." Rachel's mind raced. She knew what she had to do. The creature's power was rooted in the ritual, in the pact that had been made long ago. It had been summoned to protect Ashford, but now it had come to claim its true prize, the blood of the sacrifice. But Rachel wasn't going to let that happen. She wasn't going to let the town, or herself, fall victim to this ancient horror. She turned to the altar, still lying in pieces. The power that had surged through her wasn't gone. It was alive, coursing through her veins, and she could feel it now more than ever. She had the strength to fight back, to break the pact and banish the deity before it could consume everything. But she needed more. She needed something to sever the connection, to destroy the pact that had been sealed with blood. She looked at the leader, the one who had orchestrated this madness, the one who had brought them all to this moment. His eyes were filled with fear now, But there was something else there too, regret, maybe, or guilt. It didn't matter. He had played his part in bringing the deity back, and now it was time to finish what he had started. Rachel took a deep breath and stepped forward. "You said it couldn't be stopped," she said, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her insides. "But I'm not going to let it destroy this town. I will break the pact, and I will send it back to where it came from." The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. "You don't understand," he warned. "It will tear you apart. It will devour everything in its path. You cannot fight it. You are not strong enough." Rachel didn't respond. She didn't need to. The energy within her was growing stronger, feeding off the chaos, the fear, and the anger that surrounded her. She focused, channeling the power into her hands. Her fingers crackled with energy, the light glowing brighter with each passing moment. The deity was close now, she could feel it, its presence overwhelming, suffocating the air around her. With a scream of defiance, Rachel thrust her hands toward the creature. The power surged, releasing a burst of light that pierced the night, blinding in its intensity. The deity let out a horrific, guttural scream, its form contorting and writhing as if it were being torn apart. The ground beneath it cracked and split, and the very sky above seemed to tremble in response to the force Rachel had unleashed. But even as the deity screamed, even as it struggled against the power that was pulling it back, Rachel knew this wasn't over. The blood pact had been made, and the ritual had already taken its toll. There was more to be done, more to confront, and Rachel wasn't sure if she would survive it. But she had no choice. Ashford's fate, and her own, rested in her hands now. Chapter 8. The descent the force Rachel had unleashed seemed to ripple through the air, but the creature only faltered for a moment, its grotesque form twisting in response. It was far stronger than anything she had anticipated. The ground beneath her feet continued to tremble, the trees around her groaning in protest as if the earth itself was crying out in agony. Rachel's hands trembled from the energy she had channeled, and her breath came in shallow bursts. She had pushed too hard, too fast, and she could feel the strain in every fiber of her being. The deity's eyes, two pools of glowing red light, locked onto her with an intensity that made her skin crawl. It was as though it could see into her very soul, reading her every fear, every doubt. For a brief moment, Rachel felt a surge of terror unlike anything she had ever known. The power the deity held was ancient, ancient beyond comprehension, and it was angry. But Rachel could not allow fear to control her. She had to fight. The ground split open with a deafening roar, sending debris flying in all directions. The deity's form expanded, growing larger with each passing second, its limbs stretching out like tendrils of darkness that reached for the very heart of Ashford. The air grew colder, the scent of decay overwhelming, and Rachel felt the ground beneath her feet begin to shift as if she were standing on the edge of a vast, yawning abyss. It was as though the town itself was descending into hell. The cult members stood back, their faces twisted in a mixture of horror and awe. They had been the ones to awaken this creature, the ones who had summoned it, and now they watched as it grew stronger with every second. Their leader, his hands still trembling, seemed to be caught between fear and reverence, but he didn't dare approach the creature. No one dared to approach it. Rachel's mind raced. She couldn't let this happen. She couldn't let Ashford fall to the deity's wrath. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her ears once more, "You must sever the pact. You must stop them." Rachel turned toward the altar, now lying in pieces, but the symbols that had been etched into its surface were still glowing faintly beneath the rubble. The power that had been bound to the ritual was not completely gone. She could feel it. The blood had been spilled, but the pact had not been fully severed. It was still alive, still holding Ashford in its thrall. With a desperate cry, Rachel reached out for the remnants of the altar. The symbols began to glow brighter, as if responding to her touch. The power surged through her once more, but this time it was different. It wasn't just her power, it was the power of the town. the power of the pact that had been made so long ago. And now she understood. The ritual wasn't just about the sacrifice. It was about the town's very soul being bound to the deity. Ashford was its anchor, and only by severing that connection could she hope to free the town from its grasp. But it wasn't going to be easy. The deity, sensing her intentions, let out an ear-splitting roar, shaking the trees and causing the ground to buckle beneath her feet. Rachel stumbled, her vision blurring as the force of its rage pushed against her. The power she was wielding felt fragile now, as though it could crumble at any moment. She needed more. She needed strength she didn't know if she had. The air around her seemed to warp, the edges of the world flickering like a faulty image on a screen. Her vision shifted between reality and nightmare, and for a moment she could see the twisted creatures that the cult had summoned in the past, monstrous shapes, crawling and slithering out from the shadows, their eyes glowing with a sickly red light. They moved like phantoms, clawing at the air, their forms dissolving and reappearing as if they were caught between dimensions. Rachel realized with a jolt that these creatures were born from the sacrifices made in the past, born from the blood spilled to keep the pact alive. And now they were coming for her. Fear gripped her, but she didn't have time to be afraid. The creatures were closing in, their claws scraping against the earth, their snarls rising in the air. Rachel felt the darkness closing in around her, the air thickening with an oppressive weight. Her breath quickened as she struggled to focus. She had to break the pact. She had to stop the ritual. With everything she had left, Rachel reached deep within herself, summoning the last of her strength. She pushed against the darkness that threatened to consume her, her hands shaking as she touched the symbols on the altar's remains. The power surged once more, but this time it was different. It was sharper, focused. The air around her crackled with energy, and the creatures that had once been lurking in the shadows recoiled, their forms dissipating as if they were made of smoke. Rachel gritted her teeth and let out a scream of defiance. She wasn't going to let the town fall. She wasn't going to let the deity claim Ashford as its own. The power inside her surged one last time, and with it, a blast of light shot through the clearing, blinding in its intensity. The creatures screamed in agony as they vanished, their forms disintegrating into nothingness. The deity, however, wasn't so easily defeated. It let out an earth-shattering roar, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the town. The ground cracked open beneath it, and Rachel felt herself being pulled toward the abyss. She was caught between the forces of light and darkness, unable to move, her body frozen in place. The power that had surged through her was fading, and she could feel herself slipping into unconsciousness. And then, just as it seemed everything was lost, she heard the sound of her grandmother's voice once more, stronger this time. "You are the key, Rachel. The choice is yours." Rachel's eyes snapped open. She knew what she had to do. The power was still within her. She could still sever the pact. She had to make the choice to end it, to banish the deity for good, to stop the cycle of blood and sacrifice that had plagued Ashford for so long. The ground trembled once more, but this time Rachel didn't falter. She stepped forward, her hands raised, the power of the blood moon surging through her once again. The deity's form shuddered, its twisted limbs contorting in agony as it was pulled back into the darkness. The light from the altar grew brighter, blinding in its intensity, and Rachel knew this was the end. She wasn't just fighting for her life anymore. She was fighting for Ashford's future. And she was going to win. Chapter 9. The ritual's reversal. The world around Rachel seemed to crack, the air trembling with the force of the deity's final, desperate struggle against the energy that was pulling it back. The light was blinding now, so bright that it felt as though the blood moon itself had descended upon the earth. Her hands were still outstretched, her fingers trembling as she fought to maintain control over the power that surged through her. The ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse, alive with a strange rhythmic thrum, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. The very fabric of reality was warping, pulling apart at the seams. In the distance, Rachel could hear the deity's agonizing roars, each one more guttural and ferocious than the last. But it wasn't just the deity that was being torn apart. The earth, the sky, the trees, they all seemed to be unraveling, as though the very town of Ashford was being pulled into the void. Rachel felt a shuddering, a deep sense of dread that whispered to her soul. If she failed, if she couldn't reverse the ritual, everything would be lost. The energy coursing through her was nearly unbearable. It felt like fire in her veins, burning through her skin and rattling her bones. But Rachel refused to stop. Her hands glowed with a fierce light, the symbols on the altar now shining so brightly that they could be seen from miles away. She focused, pushing all her energy into the ritual reversal, reaching for the core of the pact, the point where the blood had been spilled all those centuries ago. She could feel the power of the pact, the binding force that had held Ashford under the deity's influence. It was old, older than time itself, and it had seeped into the very bones of the town. It was ingrained in the soil, in the trees, in the air. Rachel had to dig deeper, find the source of it all, the heart of the pact that tied Ashford to the ancient being. She was the key, the last hope for breaking the cycle. The words her grandmother had spoken echoed in her mind. You must sever the pact. The words were a lifeline, a guide through the storm of power that raged around her. Rachel clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. She wasn't just fighting for herself anymore. She was fighting for Ashford, for the people who had been living under the shadow of the pact for generations. She couldn't let it continue. She couldn't let this evil return again and again, each blood moon more deadly than the last. The leader of the cult, now cowering in the shadows, seemed to realize that the ritual was slipping out of their control. His eyes were wide with panic as he stared at Rachel, his mouth moving in a frantic prayer to the deity that was being dragged back into the void. But it was too late. The pact was unraveling, and no prayer, no ritual could stop it now. Rachel had made her choice. She had severed the bond between the deity and Ashford, and there was no going back. Rachel's vision blurred as the energy intensified, but she kept her focus. She could see it now, the ritual's anchor. The blood. It had been spilled so many times before, but it had never truly been washed away. The bloodline had tied them all together, a bond that spanned generations, and it had kept Ashford trapped in the same cycle of sacrifice. But Rachel could feel the connection weakening, the bloodline being severed with each passing second. The ancient pact was crumbling, breaking apart piece by piece. With a cry of determination, Rachel pushed her hands toward the center of the altar, focusing all of her power on the last vestiges of the bond. The light around her grew so intense that it seemed to blind her, but she could still feel it, the pulse of the bloodline, the heartbeat of the pact. It was still there, faint, but it was weakening. With one final push, Rachel felt the last of the pact dissolve, the bloodline severed, the deity's hold on Ashford broken. The world seemed to shudder as the deity let out a final, furious scream. The sky above split open, the red glow of the blood moon flickering like a dying ember. The creature's form began to crumble, its once imposing shape disintegrating into nothingness, consumed by the light that Rachel had summoned. The trees shook, the ground cracked, and the very air itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as the creature vanished back into the darkness from which it had come. Rachel collapsed to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion. The energy that had coursed through her only moments ago had drained from her completely. She could barely keep her eyes open, but the sense of relief that washed over her was almost overwhelming. She had done it. The pact was broken, and the deity was gone. Ashford had been saved. But as Rachel looked up, she realized the town was not the same. The ruins of the altar lay scattered around her, the symbols that had once held the ritual's power now smoldering in the earth. The trees stood silent, their branches swaying gently in the wind. Ashford, once cursed by the ancient pact, now stood free, but the cost had been high. The cult members were scattered across the clearing, some kneeling in disbelief, others standing in shock. The leader, once so confident, now looked like a broken man. He had been a part of the ritual, a participant in the blood sacrifice that had kept Ashford bound to the deity. But now his eyes were empty, his face pale with the realization of what had happened. Rachel, still weak and disoriented, stood up slowly. The ground beneath her feet felt steady, but the air was still thick with the remnants of the ritual. Ashford had been freed, but there was no denying the fact that it had been changed forever. The shadows of the past had been cast aside, but the town would never be the same again. As Rachel turned to face the clearing one last time, she knew that the battle was over, but the war had been long. Ashford had been saved, but she could still hear the faint echo of the deity's roar in her mind. It was gone for now, but the scars it had left behind would remain. She had won, but the question remained, what now? Chapter 10. The final eclipse. The night sky above Ashford was quiet now, save for the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. The blood moon had faded, its crimson glow now just a distant memory, as if the town had been washed in a wave of normalcy after the storm. Yet, the air still felt charged, heavy with the remnants of the ancient power that had almost consumed them all. Rachel stood in the center of the clearing, her body still trembling from the energy she had expended, but her mind was clearer than it had been in days. She looked around, trying to make sense of the scene before her. The once terrifying deity was gone, its monstrous form erased from the world, and the ritual had been reversed. The cult members who had participated in the summoning were scattered across the clearing, some still in shock, others kneeling, unable to fully grasp the enormity of what had just transpired. They had come so close to bringing the deity back, to re-establishing the pact that had bound Ashford for generations. But now, they were just empty shells of their former selves, haunted by the consequences of their actions. Rachel's eyes moved across the faces of the cultists, their expressions a mix of fear, confusion, and loss. The leader of the cult, who had once stood so tall, so sure of himself, was now on his knees, his hands trembling as he looked around the ruined clearing. He had been a part of the plan, an architect of the ritual that had brought the deity back into the world. And now it was over. Ashford was free, but at what cost? A silence fell over the group, a heavy, oppressive quiet that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Rachel could feel the weight of it pressing down on her, the knowledge that the battle was won but the war was far from over. There was no going back. Ashford had been saved, but it had been irrevocably changed by the events of the night. The echoes of the ritual still lingered in the very soil beneath her feet. Rachel turned, her eyes scanning the horizon. The town of Ashford, once shrouded in fear and uncertainty, now seemed eerily still. The streets that had once been filled with whispers of the blood moon were now silent, as though the town itself was holding its breath. She could feel the gaze of the town upon her, the weight of its history, its curse, and its uncertain future resting on her shoulders. She had broken the pact, but what would become of Ashford now? As Rachel made her way back to the heart of the town, she could hear the soft rustle of footsteps behind her. The cult members were rising, slowly, their movements hesitant, like they weren't sure whether they should follow her or flee into the night. She felt their eyes on her, but she didn't stop. She had done what had been necessary. She had freed Ashford, but she wasn't sure what lay ahead. All she could do was move forward. When she reached the town square, Rachel paused. The once thriving center of Ashford was now a ghost of its former self. The buildings that had lined the square now reduced to crumbling facades, remnants of the past. The clock tower that had stood tall for generations had stopped ticking, its hands frozen at midnight. The very pulse of Ashford had been altered, as if time itself had taken a breath and paused in reverence for the events that had unfolded. As the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, casting a pale glow over the town, Rachel felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. The fight had taken everything from her, her strength, her will, her very soul. But as the light of day began to pierce the darkness, she knew that the worst was behind her. The deity was gone, and the town was free. Ashford had been saved, but the price had been high. She could feel it in her bones, the weight of what she had sacrificed to break the pact. Her grandmother's warnings echoed in her mind. You are the key, Rachel. The choice is yours. And she had made the choice. She had chosen to fight for Ashford's future, to break the cycle of bloodshed and fear. But now, as she stood in the town square, she couldn't help but wonder if the town would ever truly recover. If she would ever truly recover. The sun rose higher, casting long shadows across the empty streets. The people of Ashford would wake soon, unaware of the horrors that had taken place in the darkness of the night. They would return to their daily lives, their routines, their quiet existence. But Rachel knew that things would never be the same. The blood moon had revealed the truth of Ashford's past, and the scars it had left behind would not easily fade. As she walked through the streets of the town, Rachel felt a sense of finality wash over her. The battle was over, but the echoes of the past would always remain. Ashford had been freed. But the true cost of that freedom was something she couldn't yet comprehend. The pact had been broken, the deity banished, but what would become of the town now? Would it heal from the wounds that had been inflicted upon it, or would it remain forever haunted by the shadows of the past? Rachel stopped in front of the old church at the edge of the square. The building was worn, its doors hanging slightly ajar, as though waiting for someone to return. She had been here once before, as a child, when the town was still innocent, before the shadows had fallen. It felt like a lifetime ago. But now, as she stood there, she realized that she was no longer the same person. She had been changed by the events of the night, by the power she had wielded, by the sacrifices she had made. And the town, too, had been changed. It was free, but the price of that freedom had been steep. As Rachel turned away from the church and walked toward the hills that overlooked Ashford, she knew that her journey was far from over. The battle against the darkness was won, but the true struggle was just beginning. The blood moon had revealed the truth, and now it was up to her to help Ashford rebuild. To help herself rebuild. The final eclipse of Ashford's curse had passed, but Rachel knew that the true test would be whether the town could find its way forward, out of the shadows, into the light. The House of Forgotten Souls, Chapter 1. The inheritance. Lena sat at her small kitchen table, the cold morning light spilling through the window, casting long shadows across the room. The letter in her hands was old yellowed edges, faded ink, and it had arrived with no prior warning. She turned it over, inspecting the seal, which was cracked and worn, almost as if it had been untouched for decades. A strange unease settled in her chest as she unfolded it carefully, afraid that whatever was written inside would shift her reality forever. The first lines were formal and distant, informing her of the death of a distant relative, a woman she'd never met or heard of. The woman's name was Eugenia Blanchard, and, according to the letter, Lena was her only living relative. Her great-aunt Eugenia had left Lena her entire estate, an old mansion situated miles away from the nearest town. The legal language was stiff, but the words exclusive heir stood out, bold and stark against the paper. It seemed absurd. Lena couldn't fathom why someone she had never known would leave her such a grand legacy. The mansion had to be decades, if not centuries, old, and the thought of inheriting a decaying property filled her with a strange mix of curiosity and dread. The letter was silent on the specifics, no reason for the inheritance, no details of the mansion's history, just an invitation to visit and claim what was hers. As her eyes skimmed the rest of the text, one detail made her skin prickle. The house has a long history. Proceed with caution. The mansion was located in the countryside, far from the city where Lena had lived her entire life. The letter included a map, though the location seemed less like a place and more like a forgotten corner of the earth. Her hand hovered over the map as she traced the winding roads leading to the mansion. The names of the nearby villages were unfamiliar, the paths marked as if they were little more than trails carved by the feet of time itself. The more Lena thought about it, the more the inheritance felt like a strange pull. She had always felt disconnected from her family, with no known connection to the Blanchard name. Her mother, who had passed when she was young, never spoke of relatives or family history, and Lena had grown up without any sense of heritage or roots. To suddenly be thrust into the inheritance of an estate from someone she didn't even know was unsettling. Still, the idea of a grand house, abandoned for who knows how long, held a lure she couldn't resist. Her mind raced with possibilities. Was this some kind of joke? A scam, perhaps, from some distant relative trying to create a mystery just to amuse themselves? But the more she scrutinized the letter, the more real it seemed. There was no hint of deceit, no oddities that could indicate it was anything other than genuine. In fact, the official seal and the signature of the lawyer seemed legitimate. Something in the back of her mind whispered that she should be cautious, but that same whisper also urged her to go. Despite the wariness gnawing at her gut, Lena felt an undeniable pull to visit the mansion. She had always felt like something was missing from her life, a piece of the puzzle that she couldn't quite find. Maybe this was it. Maybe, in some strange way, this mansion held the key to answers about her family's past or perhaps her own future. As she packed her things for the journey, Lena couldn't shake the sense that she was about to step into something much larger than herself. The letter had said she was the last heir, the only one left to inherit Eugenia's legacy. She wondered if that meant she was also the last person who would ever be able to leave the mansion behind. The drive to the mansion was longer than she expected. As the hours passed, the landscape around her grew wilder, more desolate. The houses became fewer, the trees taller and more twisted, until the road seemed to disappear into the very heart of the forest. Her tires crunched on gravel, and the sky grew heavier, as if the clouds themselves were weighing down on her. The car's headlights flickered as the sun set, casting eerie shadows that stretched out in strange shapes across the road. When Lena finally reached the gates of the mansion, she could barely believe her eyes. The house stood against the backdrop of an overcast sky, its towering silhouette framed by gnarled trees. It was even older than she had imagined, its stones dark with age and the faintest hint of moss clinging to the edges. The iron gates creaked as she pushed them open, the sound like a whispered warning. The house loomed ahead, its windows like dark eyes staring back at her, hollow and unblinking. As Lena walked up the cracked stone path toward the front door, she couldn't help but feel a chill crawl down her spine. The mansion seemed to have an aura about it, something that made the air feel heavier, thicker, as if the house was aware of her presence, waiting. The large wooden door stood slightly ajar, as if inviting her in, or perhaps daring her to enter. With a deep breath, Lena stepped inside. The air smelled musty, and the floorboards groaned beneath her weight. The grand staircase rose before her, its ornate railing tarnished with time, and the dim light filtering through the dust-covered windows only added to the oppressive atmosphere. The house was silent, too silent, except for the occasional creak of the house settling. Lena couldn't shake the feeling that she was not alone. But who could be here? The house seemed completely deserted. As she wandered through the vast rooms, she began to feel the weight of the mansion's history pressing down on her. There was a strange emptiness here, an absence that seemed to pulse with life. It wasn't just the house's physical decay. It was as if the walls themselves had absorbed the sorrow of its past inhabitants. Somewhere deep within her, a voice whispered that this inheritance might not be a gift, but a curse. But for now, Lena ignored the warning. There was too much curiosity, too much of the unknown for her to turn back now. Chapter 2. The locked room. The days following her arrival were spent exploring the mansion, its musty corridors, and the grand rooms that had once been filled with life. Lena grew more accustomed to the silence that enveloped the house, yet something about it felt like it was waiting. As she walked from room to room, dust motes swirling in the thin light, one peculiar detail caught her attention. There was one door in the entire house that never opened. It was at the end of a long hallway on the second floor, tucked behind a faded tapestry that had long since lost its vibrant colors. The door was unremarkable at first glance. Plain wood, slightly warped with age, and a brass handle that had long since lost its shine. But the strange thing was that it was always locked. Every time Lena had tried to open it, the door had resisted. The lock was old, intricate, as though it had been chosen specifically to defy access. The first time Lena tried to open the door, she assumed it was just a matter of rusted metal and disrepair. But when she couldn't get it to budge, something about it struck her as odd. The rest of the mansion was in various stages of decay, creaky floors, crumbling plaster, and windows that wouldn't open. Yet this one door, despite all the time and neglect, remained perfectly intact. The key, if there was one, was nowhere to be found. Lena couldn't help but be intrigued. She had explored every other part of the house except for the attic, which was too dangerous to enter for now, but this one room, with its silent resistance, haunted her thoughts. It wasn't just the door itself, it was the sense that something behind it was watching her, waiting. The air around the door seemed heavier, as if it were charged with an energy that couldn't be explained. She felt a shiver whenever she stood in front of it, an unshakable sense that something was locked inside, and it wanted out. One night, as Lena wandered through the darkened halls, the whispers she had been hearing grew louder. Soft at first, like the rustling of leaves outside, but they became more distinct, more urgent. She stood in front of the locked door again, her hand resting on the cold brass handle. The voices called to her, the words barely audible but unmistakably clear. "Open it," they whispered, "let it out." Lena took a step back, her heart pounding in her chest. She had heard the voices before, but they had never been this clear. She glanced down the hallway, nothing but the shadows of the house stretching out in every direction. No one else was there. She had thought she was alone in the house, but now she wasn't so sure. The air felt thick with something unspoken, something that had been waiting for her to uncover. The next morning, despite her growing apprehension, Lena made up her mind to confront the door. She searched the house for any sign of a key, any clue that might explain its mystery. She found nothing, no hidden drawers, no forgotten keys in old chests. The house seemed to offer no answers, only more questions. But the whispers remained, a constant pull in the back of her mind. Something was behind that door. Something that needed to be released. In the basement, Lena found a small, ancient toolbox buried beneath piles of rotting wood and old furniture. Inside, she discovered a collection of tools that looked as though they had not seen use in decades. Among them was an old-fashioned skeleton key, its shape peculiar, its age unmistakable. It seemed to call to her, as though it knew its purpose, as though it had been waiting for her to find it. Lena held the key in her hand, the cold metal sending a jolt of electricity through her fingers. She knew immediately that this was the key to the locked room. Her heart raced as she ascended the stairs, the key heavy in her palm. She reached the door and inserted the key into the lock, the mechanism clicking as the old wood creaked under the pressure. The door swung open with an eerie groan, revealing a dark room filled with a musty, stagnant air. Lena hesitated at the threshold, the weight of the unknown pressing down on her. But she stepped inside. The room was small, barely furnished, and covered in layers of dust. It seemed ordinary at first, except for one thing, a large, ornate mirror that stood against the far wall. Its frame was gilded and twisted, with intricate carvings that seemed to shift in the dim light. The mirror itself was cloudy, the glass reflecting nothing but shadows. But as Lena approached, the air grew colder, and the shadows in the reflection began to move. They twisted and writhed, shapes too indistinct to identify, yet all too familiar. Lena's breath caught in her throat. The whispers returned, louder now, and they seemed to come from the mirror itself. They were no longer distant murmurs but insistent voices, calling her name. "Lena! Lena!" they cried, each whisper thick with desperation. She felt a sudden compulsion to reach out and touch the glass, to understand what was happening, but something deep inside her warned against it. In the reflection, she saw a figure appear, faint at first, like a smudge of darkness, but then clearer. A face, pale and distorted, with hollow eyes that seemed to stare directly at her. The figure's mouth moved, but no sound emerged. Instead, Lena heard the voice in her head, sharp and full of warning. "Leave this place. It is not meant for you." The room began to spin, and Lena stumbled back. The mirror seemed to pulse, the reflections shifting and distorting, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, until they became a deafening roar. With one final glance at the mirror, Lena slammed the door shut behind her, her heart pounding in her chest. But the voice, those eyes followed her, lingering in the air like a dark promise. Chapter 3. The ghostly whispers. The following night, Lena couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that had clung to her since she opened the locked room. Despite the heavy silence of the mansion, she wasn't alone. The house felt alive in a way she had never noticed before. The air was thick with a presence that made her skin crawl, and the walls seemed to groan with every shift of the old wood. The whispers, too, had returned. At first, they had been faint, barely audible, like the rustling of dry leaves in the wind. But now, they were louder, closer, and they echoed through the empty rooms of the mansion. Lena tried to convince herself that it was just her imagination, that the isolation of the mansion had started to get to her. She had spent her days cleaning and sorting through the house, trying to bring order to its decaying rooms, but the solitude had begun to press in on her. It wasn't until she tried to sleep that the whispers became undeniable. Soft, desperate murmurs that seemed to come from the very walls. She could hear her name among the sounds, faint but clear. "Lena, Lena," they whispered, a soft, almost pleading voice. That night, she lay wide awake in her bed, the covers pulled tightly around her, but sleep would not come. The whispers were constant, growing louder with each passing hour. They were no longer just murmurs. They had turned into a chorus of voices, each one distinct yet overlapping with the others. It felt as though they were coming from every corner of the house, from the very foundation itself. Some were soft and mournful, while others seemed angry, their words laced with bitterness and regret. But they all had one thing in common. They called her name. Lena couldn't understand what was happening. She had lived alone for years, and she had never experienced anything like this. She had heard stories of haunted houses, of restless spirits, but she had never truly believed them. Yet here she was, trapped in a house that seemed to pulse with the energy of something far older and more sinister than she had ever imagined. The whispers began to feel like a presence, something that wanted her attention, that was trying to reach her. But what did they want? And why her? The voices grew louder still, so loud that they rattled her bones. She pulled the covers over her head, hoping to drown out the sound, but it didn't help. The whispers seemed to seep into her very thoughts. They spoke of loss, of tragedy, and of an endless yearning for something that had been lost to time. Each word felt like a heavy weight pressing down on her chest, suffocating her. She gasped for air, her breath shallow, as if the house itself was squeezing the life out of her. Lena tried to ignore them, to convince herself that they were just the product of her imagination, but the more she tried to push them away, the more persistent they became. Her hands trembled as she covered her ears, but the voices still found their way into her mind. "Leave! Leave! You don't belong here," one voice pleaded, its tone high-pitched and desperate. "Help! Help us!" another voice echoed, filled with sorrow and longing. It was as if the house itself was crying out for release, for peace, but it had no way to escape. The next day, Lena decided she could no longer ignore the whispers. They had haunted her through the night, and she could feel their weight pressing on her throughout the day. Every room she entered, every hallway she walked through, the voices followed her, whispering their words of warning and pain. It felt as if the very walls were alive with suffering, as if the house itself was desperate to tell her something. But what? Lena ventured back to the locked room, hoping that the answers might lie there. The mirror had left an indelible mark on her mind, its twisted reflection still haunting her thoughts. She stood before the door, the weight of the voices pressing on her, but this time, the whispers had taken on a more insistent tone. "You must listen," they urged. "You must see what's hidden." As she stepped back into the room, Lena's heart raced. The mirror was still there, its surface now seemingly clearer than before. But this time, there was something different. Something had changed. The reflection no longer showed the shadows of the room, but something darker, more disturbing. The pale face that had once appeared was now clearer, its features twisted in an agonized expression, its hollow eyes locked onto hers. The whispers surged, filling the room with their cacophony. "It is too late," the figure in the mirror whispered. "You are already a part of us." Lena backed away, her pulse pounding in her ears, her breath ragged. She turned to leave, but the whispers grew louder, more insistent. "You cannot leave," they hissed. "You are one of us now." The room felt smaller, the walls pressing in as though the house itself was closing around her. Lena's mind raced, her thoughts a blur as she stumbled toward the door, desperate to escape. But as she stepped into the hallway, the air grew colder, the whispers following her every step. They were no longer just distant sounds. They were inside her mind, echoing in her thoughts, filling every corner of her consciousness. "Leave," one voice demanded. "Help us," another whispered. "Find the truth." But the truth was slipping away, lost in the maze of the house's dark history, and Lena had no idea where to begin. She could no longer ignore the undeniable fact. The house was alive, and it was speaking to her. The voices were not just the product of her imagination. They were real as the house itself. And the longer she stayed, the more she realized that the whispers weren't just calling her, they were trying to pull her in. The house wanted her, and it would never let her leave. Chapter 4. The Diary of Madness. The whispers did not stop. In fact, they had become so pervasive that Lena could no longer tell where they were coming from. They filled her waking moments and haunted her dreams. She tried to ignore them, to block them out, but every step she took seemed to echo with their voices. Desperation gnawed at her as she roamed the mansion, unsure of what to do next. The mirror in the locked room had shaken her to her core, and it felt as though something was lurking in the shadows, watching her. It wasn't until a few days later, when Lena was sorting through the mansion's library, that she stumbled upon something that would change everything. The library was a vast, dusty room, filled with shelves that reached the ceiling. Books of all kinds, from ancient tomes to faded volumes, lined the walls. Some of the books looked as though they hadn't been touched in centuries, their leather covers cracked and fragile, while others were more recent, though still coated in a thick layer of dust. Lena had been drawn to a small, forgotten corner of the room, where an old chest sat beneath a pile of neglected books. The chest was ornate, with carvings of strange symbols and figures that seemed to writhe when she glanced at them too quickly. Her fingers trembled as she opened it, and inside, she found a collection of journals, their pages yellowed with age. At the top of the pile was a journal with a thick, black leather cover. The name on the front was faint, but as Lena squinted, she could make out the words, Eugenia Blanchard. Her heart skipped a beat. The journal belonged to her great-aunt, the woman who had left her the mansion. With shaking hands, Lena opened the first page and began to read. The writing was erratic, scrawled in a hurried hand, as though the writer was trying to capture fleeting thoughts before they escaped. The first few entries were relatively normal, discussing everyday matters, but as she flipped through the pages, the tone began to change. Eugenia's entries grew darker and more frantic. She spoke of strange occurrences, of shadows that moved on their own, of voices that whispered from the walls. "They are trying to reach me," one entry read. "I feel them in every room. They want something, but I don't know what." The further Lena read, the more unsettling the journal became. Eugenia described her attempts to communicate with the spirits trapped in the house, her fascination with the occult, and her growing obsession with a ritual she had discovered in an old book. The ritual, according to Eugenia's journal, was supposed to allow her to contact the dead, to speak with the souls trapped within the house. But as she delved deeper into her studies, the ritual began to take a darker turn. The more she tried to communicate, the more the voices in the house grew insistent, demanding that she release them. "I must finish the ritual," one entry read. "The souls need me." They are lost without me. But as Lena continued to read, it became clear that Eugenia's mental state was deteriorating rapidly. The journal's final entries were nearly unreadable. The handwriting was jagged and erratic, with some words scratched out entirely. Eugenia spoke of visions, terrifying, haunting visions that she could not escape. "They are inside my mind," one entry said. "They are in the walls. I hear them whispering, calling my name. I cannot get away. It is too late." The final words in the journal were a frantic plea. "If you are reading this, destroy the house. It is cursed. The ritual must not be completed. The spirits are not at rest. They are angry. They will never let you leave." Lena felt a cold chill settle over her as she closed the journal. The words seemed to pulse with a life of their own, and the weight of the house's history pressed down on her. Eugenia had known something was wrong. She had known that the house was more than just a mansion. It was a prison, a place where souls were trapped, unable to escape. The whispers, the shadows, the mirror, everything began to make sense. The house wasn't just haunted. It was alive, feeding on the souls it had captured. Lena's hands shook as she set the journal aside. She had to find out more. She had to understand what had happened to Eugenia and what was still happening in the house. The voices in her head seemed to grow louder, urging her to continue, to search for the truth. But the more she uncovered, the more it felt like the house was fighting back, unwilling to let its secrets be revealed. The mansion was alive, and it was watching her. Every step she took seemed to echo with the house's ancient, malevolent presence. The voices had become more insistent, more demanding. "You must complete it," they urged. "You must set us free." But what did they mean by that? What were they asking her to do? Lena knew she couldn't ignore it any longer. She had to confront the truth, no matter how terrifying it was. She had to finish what Eugenia had started, or risk becoming another lost soul trapped within the mansion's walls. But the more she thought about the ritual, the more she realized how dangerous it was. The voices had warned her against it. Eugenia had begged her to destroy the house. But could she really walk away? Could she leave the spirits trapped here forever? As Lena sat there, pondering her next move, a cold draft swept through the room, extinguishing the candle she had been using to read. The darkness seemed to close in around her, and for a moment she thought she saw something, just a shadow moving at the edge of her vision. She turned quickly, but there was nothing there. The whispers continued, swirling around her like a storm. And in the distance, deep within the house, Lena thought she heard something else, the faintest sound of a door creaking open, as if something or someone was waiting for her to enter. Chapter 5. The portraits. The air in the mansion seemed to grow thicker with each passing day, as if the house itself was growing more impatient with her presence. Lena could feel it, a heavy weight on her shoulders that never seemed to lift. The whispers continued, relentless, but they were no longer just voices. They were emotions, feelings that wrapped themselves around her heart and squeezed, filling her with an overwhelming sense of dread. It was as if the house was feeding off her fear, growing stronger with each passing hour. It was on one of these dark mornings, when the oppressive atmosphere in the mansion seemed to be at its peak, that Lena wandered into the mansion's gallery. The room was tucked away at the end of a narrow hallway, and its walls were lined with dusty portraits. As she stepped inside, the floorboards groaned under her weight, and the room's coldness wrapped around her like a shroud. The gallery was dimly lit by a few flickering candles, casting long, dancing shadows across the paintings. The portraits themselves were strange, old, faded, their colors barely distinguishable. But what caught Lena's attention was the family depicted in the paintings. They all seemed to share the same features, the same intense, sorrowful expressions. Each figure was dressed in clothing from a bygone era, their eyes hollow and staring, as though they could see right through her. But it wasn't just the faces that unsettled her, it was the eyes. No matter where she moved in the room, the eyes of the figures seemed to follow her, tracking her every movement. Lena stood frozen, staring at the portraits, trying to make sense of the overwhelming sense of unease that washed over her. The eyes were filled with a deep, unspoken sadness, but there was something else, a hint of rage, an emotion that was buried beneath layers of time, waiting to be unleashed. It was as if the family in the portraits had been trapped in this place, condemned to stare at the world they had once known, but forever unable to touch it. She stepped closer to one of the paintings, her fingers brushing against the dusty frame. It was of an elderly woman, her face lined with age, her eyes burning with an intensity that made Lena's breath catch in her throat. There was a hollow emptiness behind those eyes, a void that seemed to beckon her closer. As she leaned in for a better look, Lena thought she saw something move within the painting, just a flicker, a shadow shifting behind the woman's eyes. She blinked and stepped back, her heart pounding in her chest. Lena felt an icy chill creep up her spine as she moved from one portrait to another, her eyes scanning each one, looking for some kind of clue, something to explain the feeling that the room was alive, that the paintings were more than just art. She paused in front of another portrait, a man in his mid-30s, dressed in a dark suit, his expression one of quiet despair. His eyes, too, seemed to follow her, and she could almost feel the weight of his gaze pressing against her. As Lena examined the portrait more closely, she noticed something strange. In the corner of the painting, barely visible, was a faint shadow, a figure that wasn't quite there, as if it had been painted in afterward. It was a silhouette, a dark shape that didn't belong, and yet it was unmistakable. The figure seemed to be reaching out, its hands extended, as if trying to escape from the frame itself. Her heart skipped a beat. She knew that the figure wasn't part of the original portrait. It was something else, something that had been added later, something that had been hidden for a reason. Lena's mind raced as she tried to make sense of it. What was it? Why had it been added? And why did it seem so familiar? The more she stared at the shadow, the more it seemed to come alive, as if it were beckoning her to step closer, to understand its presence. The whispers grew louder in her ears, more insistent, urging her to touch the painting, to reach out and make contact. But Lena hesitated. She had learned by now that touching the walls, the objects, or anything in the house could have consequences she couldn't anticipate. Yet the shadow in the painting seemed to be pulling at her, a silent cry for help that she couldn't ignore. Without thinking, Lena reached out and touched the painting's frame, her fingers brushing against the cool, smooth surface. The moment her skin made contact, a jolt of cold electricity surged through her body, and the shadows in the room seemed to shift. The eyes of the figures in the portraits narrowed, their expressions twisting into something darker. Lena recoiled, her heart pounding, as she quickly pulled her hand away from the frame. For a moment, everything was still. Then, as if in response to her touch, the air in the room seemed to grow heavier, more suffocating. The portraits began to change, their colors shifting, their faces contorting in agony. The figures in the paintings seemed to be alive now, their mouths opening in silent screams, their eyes filled with terror. The rage that had been buried in those hollow eyes began to rise, and Lena could feel the weight of it pressing down on her, almost suffocating her. In a panic, Lena stumbled backward, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She glanced around the room, her eyes wild, searching for some way to escape the overwhelming presence of the portraits. But the door to the gallery had vanished. She was trapped. The voices, once distant, were now right beside her, murmuring in a language she couldn't understand. The walls seemed to close in, the paintings growing larger, their eyes even more intense. As the room spiraled into chaos, Lena realized with a sickening certainty that the house was no longer just a place. It was a prison, and she was its next prisoner. The portraits, the family that had once lived here, were all part of it, part of the dark force that had claimed this place as its own. And now, it was claiming her. Chapter 6. The Awakening. The events in the gallery haunted Lena long after she had escaped the room. She had fled from the portraits, but their presence lingered in her mind like a dark cloud. The voices had not stopped either. They followed her through every room, every hallway, whispering, murmuring, always just beyond the edge of her hearing. She had grown accustomed to them, but now they seemed angrier, more desperate, as though they were no longer just trying to communicate, but demanding something from her. In the days that followed, Lena began to notice other strange phenomena. Objects that had once been still seemed to shift when she wasn't looking. Chairs moved ever so slightly. Pictures on the walls tilted just enough to be noticeable. She tried to convince herself that it was just her mind playing tricks on her, the house settling, the weight of her fear making everything seem more alive than it actually was. But deep down, she knew something was wrong. The house wasn't just old, it was waking up, coming to life in ways that defied logic. One morning, as Lena entered the dining room, she found that a chair had been moved from the table, positioned at the far end of the room, facing the corner. She hadn't touched it, nor had anyone else. But there it was, perfectly aligned, as if someone had sat there recently. The room was cold, unnaturally so, and the air felt thick with the sense that someone or something was watching her. She shivered involuntarily and quickly returned to her work, trying to ignore the growing sense of dread that gripped her. Later that evening, as she passed through the main hallway, she caught sight of something out of the corner of her eye. A shadow, a fleeting, almost imperceptible movement. She stopped, frozen in place, but when she turned to look directly at it, there was nothing. The hallway was empty, the shadows cast long and harmless by the light of a single candle. But the feeling remained, the sensation that the house was alive, that it was watching her, waiting for her to make the wrong move. At night, the house grew even more restless. Lena had begun sleeping fitfully, tossing and turning, her dreams plagued by visions of the family from the portraits. Their faces twisted in agony, their eyes filled with rage and desperation. They reached out toward her, their mouths opening in silent screams, but she could never reach them. It was as if they were trapped behind glass, unreachable, doomed to suffer forever. And all the while, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. "You must help us," they called. "You must set us free." Lena's nights were filled with the oppressive weight of these visions, and she began to feel like she was losing her grip on reality. The mansion felt more and more like a prison, its walls closing in, its floors creaking with the weight of the souls it had trapped. She no longer felt safe here, but every time she tried to leave, she was pulled back. The house had a hold on her, and it wasn't going to let her go. It was during one of these restless nights that the first physical manifestation of the house's power occurred. Lena had been walking through the hallways, her footsteps muffled by the thick carpet, when a door slammed shut in front of her. The sudden sound was deafening, the force of it rattling the house itself. Lena gasped, her heart racing as she turned to face the door. It was one of the old guest rooms, a place she had avoided since arriving. The door had never been closed before, it had always been slightly ajar, like every other door in the house. Now, it was sealed shut, the wood creaking under the pressure as if something was pushing against it from the inside. Lena felt a chill run through her as she slowly approached the door, her hand reaching for the handle. The air around her seemed to grow colder, and the whispers returned, louder than ever. "Don't open it," they urged. "It is not safe." But the temptation was too strong. She turned the handle, and the door opened with a long, drawn-out groan. Inside, the room was empty, save for the remnants of what had once been a lavish guest bedroom. The furniture was old, draped in white sheets, and the room was covered in a thick layer of dust. But as Lena stepped inside, she noticed something strange, a cold spot in the center of the room, a place where the air felt different, heavier. She couldn't explain it, but it was as if the room itself was holding its breath, waiting for her to make the next move. She walked toward the cold spot, her feet hesitant but driven by a sense of curiosity she couldn't ignore. As she approached, she noticed a faint glow emanating from beneath the floorboards. It was barely noticeable at first, like a soft, flickering light, but as she knelt down to investigate, the glow grew brighter. The floorboards creaked as she lifted them, revealing a small, hidden compartment beneath. Inside the compartment was a small wooden box, its surface carved with strange symbols that Lena didn't recognize. The box was old, very old, and it seemed to hum with an energy she couldn't quite place. The moment her fingers brushed against the surface, the whispers returned, more urgent now, more frantic. "Don't touch it," they warned. "It will awaken them." But it was too late. The moment Lena opened the box, a rush of cold air swept through the room, extinguishing the candles and leaving her in complete darkness. The whispers grew louder, more chaotic, until they were all she could hear, a cacophony of voices filled with terror and rage. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the air thickened with the presence of something ancient, something dark. Lena's heart pounded as she scrambled to close the box, but the energy was already swirling around her, suffocating her, pulling her deeper into the house's grip. She could feel the walls closing in, the house coming alive with the force of the spirits that had been trapped here for so long. They were awakening, and they were not pleased. Chapter 7. The ritual. Lena's hand shook as she closed the box, but the unsettling energy in the room did not dissipate. The house seemed to be holding its breath, waiting, as if it had been awakened by her actions. The whispers, once a soft murmur, now surged with an intensity that shook her to her core. The voices echoed in her mind, filling every crevice of her consciousness, pushing her toward something dark and powerful that she could not understand. The cold that had washed over her lingered, its presence like an invisible weight pressing down on her chest. She could feel the house tightening around her, its walls closing in. Every sound, every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind outside, felt magnified. It was as if the house was alive, watching, waiting for her to make the next move. And the whispers, they had become a symphony of urgency, each voice demanding her attention, pulling her toward the unknown. She had to know more. The ritual in Eugenia's journal, the one that had started it all, had been mentioned more than once. The more Lena thought about it, the more certain she became. The ritual was the key. Eugenia had tried to communicate with the spirits, tried to bind them, to give them a way to speak, but something had gone wrong. The ritual had been corrupted, and now the spirits were trapped, hungry for release. Lena's hands trembled as she picked up the journal again, flipping through the pages until she found the part she had been searching for. The ritual had been described in great detail, symbols, incantations, and instructions that seemed almost too simple to work. But as she read, she realized that it wasn't the complexity that had caused the ritual's failure, it was the intention behind it. Eugenia had tried to bind the spirits to the house, thinking it would grant them immortality, but all it had done was trap them in an endless cycle of torment. Lena felt a chill run down her spine as she read further. The ritual had to be completed or undone, depending on how you looked at it. There was a final step, a sacrifice that had been left out of the journal's earlier entries. It was a warning, though vague and cryptic. "The soul must be given to the house," it read. "Only then will the spirits find peace, or they will tear the house apart." The words hung in the air, their meaning sinking into her bones. This was the key. This was what the spirits were after. The house was alive, yes, but it was hungry, starving for a soul to complete the ritual. Eugenia had offered herself, but it had not been enough. She had not known what she was truly doing. She had only been following the instructions of a long-dead ancestor, thinking she could control the spirits. But now it was too late. The spirits were awake, and they were ready to claim what was owed to them. Lena's mind raced. Could she finish what Eugenia had started? Could she be the one to free the spirits? Or would she, too, be consumed by the house? Just another soul trapped within its walls? The whispers in her mind were no longer pleading, they were demanding. The spirits wanted to be freed, and they were willing to make whatever sacrifice was necessary. But Lena knew, deep down, that the price for freedom would be steep. The house would not let her go easily. The cold that had filled the room was now a biting chill that crawled beneath her skin. The floorboards creaked under her feet as she stood in the center of the room, the box still open at her feet. The ritual, The sacrifice, it was all coming to a head. She could feel the energy of the house building, swirling around her, suffocating her, as though the very air was charged with the power of the spirits that had been bound to this place for so long. Lena knew what she had to do. The journal had told her everything she needed to know. The symbols, the incantations, the final step, it was all there. But the thought of completing the ritual, of sacrificing herself or someone else, filled her with an icy dread. The house was alive, yes, but so were the spirits. They were trapped here, tormented by their own endless cycle, and they were willing to do anything to escape. Lena could feel their hunger, their desperation, clawing at her mind. As she looked around the room, Lena's eyes fell on the mirror. It had always been there, watching, reflecting everything she did, but now it seemed different. The reflection in the glass was no longer her own. Instead, it was the face of a woman, a pale, gaunt figure whose eyes glowed with an eerie, unnatural light. The woman in the mirror stared at Lena with a look of deep sorrow, and then, without moving her lips, the reflection whispered, "It's time." Lena's breath caught in her throat. The voice in the mirror was the same as the voices in her mind, the same whispers that had been haunting her every step. The spirits had made their presence known. They were watching her. They were waiting for her to make the final choice. The mirror seemed to pulse with an energy that resonated deep within her soul. It was the house, the spirits, it was all connected. And now Lena had to choose, to complete the ritual, to offer herself to the house, or to risk everything and try to escape. She turned away from the mirror, her hands shaking as she picked up the journal again. The final step, the last incantation, was clear. But her mind was not. The house was calling to her, urging her to finish what had been started. The voices were louder now, a cacophony of rage and despair. She knew they would never let her leave. The house would never let her leave. The ritual had begun, and there was no turning back. Chapter 8. The silent screams, the air in the house had grown unbearably thick, pressing down on Lena with a suffocating weight. The whispers still echoed in her ears, but now they were mingled with something else. The faintest sound of a scream, distant yet unmistakable, like a cry for help from far within the walls. Lena had grown used to the murmurs that filled the mansion, but these were different. These were cries of agony, of torment, and they seemed to be coming from all around her, surrounding her, trapping her, drawing her deeper into the heart of the house. She had spent days trying to understand what was happening, trying to decipher the cryptic words in Eugenia's journal, but now the house itself seemed to be speaking to her in ways that words alone could not convey. The spirits were restless. She could feel it in the air, the way the house seemed to pulse with life, alive with suffering, with an insatiable hunger for something more. It wasn't just the voices now. It was a presence, a force that seemed to reach out and touch her every time she ventured too far from the center of the house. Lena tried to keep her focus, to think clearly, but it was becoming harder. The house was pulling her in, and every room she entered seemed darker, more oppressive than the last. The screams, faint but growing louder, began to seep into her thoughts, filling her mind with horrific images. She saw glimpses of the family from the portraits, twisted, broken, their eyes wide with terror, their mouths open in silent screams that never left their lips. They were trapped in the house, just as she was, their souls bound to this place by the ritual that had gone wrong. In the dead of night, the house felt alive with movement. Lena could hear the creaking of the floorboards beneath her feet as she wandered through the halls, unable to shake the feeling that she was being watched. Her breath quickened as she walked, every step echoing through the emptiness. She was no longer sure if the whispers were coming from the house itself or from her own mind, but she knew one thing for certain. The spirits were growing more restless, their frustration mounting with each passing hour. One night, as she sat in the dimly lit parlor, trying to ignore the growing sense of dread that weighed heavily on her, she heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps, soft at first, then louder, approaching from the hallway outside. Lena's heart stopped as the footsteps grew closer. She stood up, her breath shallow, and peered into the darkness. But when she opened the door, There was no one there. The hallway was empty, silent. Yet she could still feel the presence of something that lingered just out of view, watching her, waiting. The whispers intensified, rising to a frantic pitch. "Help us," they cried, the voices overlapping in a maddening chorus. "We are trapped." The words seemed to come from everywhere at once, filling the room, drowning out everything else. Lena pressed her hands to her ears, trying to block out the noise, but it was no use. The screams, those silent screams of the family, of the souls trapped in the house, had become her own. Lena stumbled back, her hands trembling, her body shaking with fear. She could feel the walls closing in, the house tightening its grip on her as if it were trying to absorb her into its very bones. She couldn't escape, not now. The spirits were pulling at her, tugging at her soul, and the house was a prison built on suffering, on unfulfilled desires, on anger that had been buried for too long. The house had been waiting for her, waiting for someone to finish what Eugenia had started. And now it was too late. Lena had unwittingly become part of the ritual, just another soul to be trapped in the house's endless cycle of torment. She had tried to fight it, tried to understand what had happened, but the more she uncovered, the more she realized that the house had already claimed her. But the whispers, they were not finished. They had not yet reached their breaking point. The family, the spirits that had once lived here, were not at peace. They were still trapped, still bound to the house, and they were angry. Angry at the ritual that had bound them here, angry at the one who had tried to control them, angry at the one who had brought them back. And now, they were angry at Lena. She knew that she had to do something. But what? The house was alive with their rage, their desperation. Every corner of the mansion seemed to pulse with the intensity of their suffering, and Lena could feel herself being drawn deeper into the house's grip. The spirits had begun to show themselves, faint shapes, shadows that flickered at the edges of her vision, their faces twisted in agony, their bodies contorted in ways that no living person could endure. The whispers had turned into screams, loud, deafening, filled with pain and fury. Lena stumbled backward, her heart racing as she tried to escape, but the house was no longer just a house. It was a living thing, a creature of pure torment, and it was feeding off the fear, the pain, the agony of those who had been trapped here for so long. The spirits were awakening, and they were not happy. The silent screams of the family had become her own. They had claimed her, just as they had claimed Eugenia, and now Lena understood the true cost of the house's curse. It was not just a place. It was a trap, a prison for the souls that had been bound here, and once you entered, you could never leave. Chapter 9. The breaking point. Lena could no longer deny it. The house had claimed her. The whispers, the screams, the eyes that followed her from every portrait, every mirror, every shadow in the mansion, they were all a constant presence, wrapping themselves around her soul like a vice. She had tried to fight it, tried to escape, but every door she opened seemed to lead her back to the same place, back to the heart of the house where the spirits were restless, desperate for release. And now, they were no longer just asking. They were demanding. The walls of the mansion seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, the very structure of the house shifting beneath her feet as though it were alive. Every step Lena took reverberated through the house, the floors creaking and groaning as if protesting her presence. It was as if the house itself was aware of her, aware that she had become part of its dark web, and it wanted her to feel the weight of the spirits' anger, the weight of their endless suffering. Lena tried to sleep, but when her eyes closed, the visions came, flashes of the tortured souls who had once lived in the house, their faces twisted in agony, their bodies bent in unnatural ways. She saw Eugenia, her great-aunt, a hollow shell of the woman she had once been, her eyes wide and filled with fear as she reached out from the depths of the mansion's dark corridors. Eugenia's voice, faint and weak, echoed in Lena's mind. "You must leave, before it consumes you too," she whispered, her words fading into the endless whispers that filled the house. But it was too late. Lena could feel the walls closing in around her, the house tightening its grip, its hunger growing with each passing hour. The spirits had begun to show themselves in greater numbers, pale, gaunt figures that flickered in and out of existence, their eyes filled with terror and rage. They reached out to her, their hands outstretched as if begging for release, but their voices were nothing more than hollow, silent screams, trapped in a world that they could never escape. She wandered through the halls in a daze, her mind unraveling under the weight of the house's malevolent presence. The more she searched for an exit, the more the house seemed to mock her. Hallways that once seemed familiar twisted and turned in impossible ways, leading her deeper into the mansion, into the very heart of its darkness. The whispers were deafening now, their voices rising in a crescendo of pain, anger, and despair. "You cannot leave," they chanted. "You are one of us now." Lena stumbled into the drawing room, her breath shallow and her hands trembling as she grasped at the doorframe. She had reached the point of no return. The house was alive with the spirit's hunger, and she could feel them pulling at her, their cold fingers scraping at her soul. They wanted her to finish the ritual, to release them from their torment. But she knew the truth now: there was no release. There was no escape. The house had claimed them, and it was claiming her too. As she collapsed onto the dusty floor, her mind spinning, the house seemed to respond. The temperature in the room plummeted, and the walls groaned as if the mansion itself was coming alive, stretching its limbs, ready to consume her. The air was thick with the weight of the spirits, their presence suffocating. She could feel them closing in, could hear the silent screams growing louder, their anger rising like a storm that would tear everything apart. Lena's eyes darted to the grand fireplace, where a faint glow flickered in the dark. It was the mirror, the same one from the locked room, the one that had shown her the face of the woman, the one that had drawn her into the house's nightmare. The mirror pulsed with a dark energy, its surface rippling like water, and Lena knew, in the deepest part of her being, that the answer lay within. The house had used the mirror to trap the spirits, to bind them to this place, and now it was using the same force to claim her. She stumbled toward the mirror, her body weak and trembling, and reached out a shaking hand. The moment her fingers brushed the surface, a shock of cold surged through her, and the world around her seemed to dissolve. The house vanished, replaced by a vision of the family from the portraits frozen in time, trapped in the reflection, their faces contorted in silent agony. The woman, the gaunt figure who had warned her, was there too, her eyes pleading, her mouth open in a soundless scream. Lena gasped as the vision blurred, and she was pulled deeper into the mirror. The spirits. Rage swelled around her, their voices deafening as they tore at her, pulling her into the depths of their torment. She could feel their suffering, their pain, their desperation, and for a moment it was as if her very soul was being torn apart, ripped from her body by the force of their anger. And then, in the midst of the chaos, she understood. The ritual had been designed to bind the souls to the house, to trap them here for eternity. But it had failed. The spirits had never been released, they had only been twisted, their suffering amplified, their anger growing with each passing year. The house was not just a prison for the spirits, it was a prison for everyone who entered. And now, Lena had become part of that prison. With a final, desperate scream, Lena reached out and tried to break free. But the house's grip was too strong. The spirits, the house, they had consumed her. And as the mirror shattered into 1,000 pieces, the last thing Lena saw was her own reflection, twisted and broken, her eyes wide with terror, as she was pulled into the darkness. Chapter 10. The final choice. The world around Lena was a blur, fragments of light and shadow, swirling in a chaotic dance that seemed to stretch on forever. She could no longer tell where she was, or if she was even still in the house. It felt as though time itself had stopped, as though she had been caught in some liminal space between reality and nightmare. The whispers were gone, replaced by a suffocating silence that pressed in on her from all sides. She floated, weightless, her body suspended in a void of darkness. She tried to move, to scream, but her limbs felt frozen, her voice silenced by an unseen force. It was as if she had been ripped from her own body, her soul torn free and cast into the endless abyss that had been created by the house. And yet, there was a presence here, something watching her, waiting for her to make the final choice. In the distance, she saw a flicker of light, a faint glow that beckoned her toward it. She was drawn to it, compelled by a force she could not resist. As she moved toward the light, it grew brighter, clearer, until she found herself standing before a door, a large, ornate door made of dark wood, its surface carved with intricate symbols and runes that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. The door was familiar, a door she had seen before in the mansion. It was the same door that had been locked, the one she had been drawn to time and time again. But this time it was open. She could feel the energy radiating from within, a dark, irresistible pull that seemed to draw her closer with every step. The house was calling to her, its hunger insatiable, and the spirits were waiting. But as she stood before the door, Lena felt something else, a flicker of hope, a faint spark that had not been there before. She remembered the journal, Eugenia's words, the warning that had been left behind. The house had been built on suffering, on the souls it had trapped, and now Lena knew it was too late for the spirits. There was no going back for them. But there was still a choice to be made. The whispers of the spirits had been silenced, their rage extinguished, but in their place, a new voice spoke to her, a voice that was calm, almost soothing, as if it were coming from deep within her own soul. "You have the power to end it," the voice whispered. "You can break the curse, but it will come at a price." Lena's heart beat faster, the weight of the decision settling in her chest. She knew what the voice meant. The ritual that had been started so long ago, the one that had bound the spirits to the house, could be undone. But the cost was unimaginable. To release the souls, to free them from their eternal torment, she would have to give up her own life, her own soul. She would become one with the house, a part of its dark legacy, forever trapped in the place that had claimed so many before her. Her mind raced as she considered the options before her. She could walk away, leave the house behind, and let the spirits remain trapped forever, continuing their endless cycle of suffering. Or she could complete the ritual, sacrificing herself to free the souls, to break the curse once and for all. It was a choice that would seal her fate either way. She would be lost. But as Lena stood there, facing the door, she knew what she had to do. The house had taken too much already. It had claimed Eugenia, it had claimed the family in the portraits, and now it was claiming her. The spirits, those tormented, restless souls, deserved peace. She could not leave them to suffer for eternity. With a steadying breath, Lena stepped forward, her hand reaching out toward the door. The moment her fingers brushed the wood, the house seemed to shudder, as if it had anticipated her decision. The whispers returned, louder this time, but they were not angry. They were filled with gratitude, with relief. The spirits had been waiting for someone to make this choice, someone willing to give everything for them. Lena closed her eyes as the energy of the house enveloped her, a cold, suffocating darkness that seemed to wrap itself around her soul. She could feel the weight of the spirits pressing down on her, could feel their sorrow, their rage, their pain. And yet, as she stood there, she also felt something else, something warm, something that gave her strength. It was the hope that, in the end, she was doing the right thing. She was freeing them, releasing them from their torment, even if it meant sacrificing herself. The door opened before her, and she stepped inside. The room beyond was bathed in a soft, eerie light, and at its center stood a dark altar, covered in the same symbols and runes that had been carved into the door. The air was thick with the energy of the house, and as Lena approached the altar, she could feel the power growing, surging around her, urging her to complete the ritual. As she stood before the altar, Lena knew that she had no choice but to finish what had been started. She spoke the words from the journal, the incantation that would release the spirits, and as she did, she felt herself begin to fade, her body dissolving into the very fabric of the house. The spirits surrounded her, their faces appearing in the mist, their eyes filled with both gratitude and sorrow. In the final moment, Lena understood the truth. The house had been a prison for the spirits, but it had also been a prison for her. The only way to escape it, to free everyone who had ever been trapped here, was to sacrifice herself. And in doing so, she had set them free. As the ritual reached its climax, Lena's vision blurred, her body fading into the ether. The house, once alive with darkness and suffering, grew still, its grip loosening as the spirits were released. Lena had made her choice, and in the end, it was the only one that mattered. The Black Book of Sorrows, Chapter 1. The curious collector David had always been drawn to the peculiar. His obsession with rare books was well known in the small circle of collectors and scholars he associated with. There was something magnetic about the ancient bindings, the yellowed pages, the smell of dust and forgotten stories that filled his senses every time he walked into a dusty old bookstore or a rare book auction. He knew there were some books that should never be owned, but that only made them more enticing to him. He could not resist the allure of the forbidden, especially when it came to the ones whispered about in dark corners. The private auction was being held in an upscale mansion just outside of the city, where wealthy collectors and curators mingled beneath the glow of chandeliers. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation and exclusivity, and David could feel the pulse of excitement in the air. His eyes scanned the room, looking for something extraordinary. Then, the auctioneer, a thin, gaunt man with a voice that seemed too calm for the occasion, made an announcement that caught David's attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very rare item on offer tonight. A true relic, shrouded in mystery and legend. This book has been passed through generations, but none have dared to speak its name aloud. It is a cursed artifact, one of immense power, and should not be in the hands of any living person." The auctioneer's voice seemed to crack, as though even he could feel the weight of what he was describing. David's heart skipped a beat. He leaned forward, intrigued. "The Black Book of Sorrows," the auctioneer continued, his words lingering in the air. "This is a 17th century manuscript, bound in black leather. It is said that those who have tried to unlock its secrets were never seen again. It is a book that calls to the darkness. Its knowledge, if obtained, can warp reality itself. But heed my warning. This book is not meant to be owned." The other bidders exchanged nervous glances, but David's curiosity only grew. To him, this sounded like a treasure waiting to be claimed. He had heard rumors of such a book, and he had always believed them to be nothing more than folklore. Now here it was, within his reach. His fingers itched to hold it, to possess something so rare, so potentially dangerous. The auctioneer's warning hung in the air like a heavy fog, but David was undeterred. He knew the risks. He had heard it all before. Books of power, of dark rituals, of dangerous knowledge, he'd collected them all. Yet there was something about this one, something that resonated deep within him, that made it irresistible. The bidding started slowly. At first, no one seemed eager to claim it. The whispers in the room grew louder as the price slowly climbed. David watched, transfixed, as the others hesitated. Some of them were more interested in the safety of their wealth than in owning a piece of dark history. But David saw an opportunity. He could feel the pull of the book even from across the room, as if it was calling out to him specifically. When the price reached an astronomical amount, only a few remained in the race. David was one of them. His heart raced, his palms sweaty as he raised his paddle, silently declaring his intentions. The others hesitated once more, sensing the danger, but David's resolve was firm. This was his moment. The auctioneer's eyes flickered with something that resembled fear as he called for the final bid. Going once, going twice, and then, with a final sharp breath, David raised his paddle one last time. "Sold," the auctioneer declared, his voice nearly a whisper. David's heart pounded in his chest as he felt a strange sense of victory. He had won. He moved quickly to collect his prize, the weight of the book heavy in his hands as he gazed at its black leather cover. The surface was smooth, almost unnaturally so, and the title was embossed in gold, though the letters seemed to shift in the dim light. "The Black Book of Sorrows." As his fingers brushed against the cover, a shiver ran down his spine, and a deep, unsettling sense of dread began to creep into his thoughts. The auctioneer's warning echoed in his mind, but David simply smiled. He would be the one to unlock its secrets. He was sure of it. After all, what was the point of collecting these rare, ancient texts if not to uncover the truths they held? He couldn't resist the temptation, not now that it was in his hands. David couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The air seemed thicker, heavier, as if the shadows around him had grown darker. But he shrugged it off. It was just his imagination. This was a great find, perhaps the greatest find of his career. And with that thought, he left the mansion, the weight of the Black Book of Sorrows pressing into his chest as he walked into the night. Little did he know, his life would never be the same again. Chapter 2. The warning. David's house felt cold that night, an unnatural chill settling in as he entered through the front door, the weight of the Black Book of Sorrows still heavy in his hands. He couldn't help but feel that the book was more than just a relic. It was alive in some way, its presence too palpable to ignore. The air in the house seemed to grow thicker the closer he came to his study, the place where he kept his collection of rare tomes. His every step felt measured, deliberate, as though the house itself was watching him. He set the book down on his desk with a soft thud, feeling a shiver crawl up his spine. The desk, an antique piece he'd inherited from his grandfather, seemed to creak under the weight of the Black Book, as if it too sensed the power contained within its pages. David looked at it, the cover dark and foreboding, its edges strangely pristine. He felt an overwhelming urge to open it right then and there, to uncover whatever secrets it held. But as he reached for it, the memory of the auctioneer's words resurfaced. "This book is not meant to be owned," the man had warned, his voice shaking slightly, as though he was afraid of the very thing he was selling. "It calls to the darkness. Those who seek its power are doomed to pay a terrible price." The words echoed in David's mind, but he dismissed them. Superstition, he thought. Nothing more than scare tactics to drive up the price. No one had ever proven that such things were real. Still, a feeling of unease lingered in the back of David's mind, but he pushed it aside. He was a man of logic, of reason. He believed in the tangible, in what could be seen and touched. The idea of curses and dark forces was laughable. What he held in his hands was simply an ancient book, a piece of history, nothing more, nothing less. He sat at his desk, the room dimly lit by the soft glow of a single lamp. The book beckoned him, its pages calling to him like a whisper in the wind. His fingers hovered over the cover, and for a moment he hesitated. What harm could there be in simply opening it? He was no fool. He could handle whatever mysteries lay within. With a deep breath, he opened the Black Book of Sorrows. The pages were fragile, the ink faded with age, but the words, though unfamiliar, were legible. The first few pages were filled with elaborate illustrations, some of demonic figures, others depicting strange rituals. David's eyes scanned the images, his curiosity growing with each new illustration. But as he turned the page, a chill swept over him, a sudden gust of wind that seemed to come from nowhere. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and he glanced around the room, heart racing. He was alone, he reminded himself. It was just the wind. But the book was beginning to feel heavier, as though the weight of its history was pressing down on him. His eyes drifted back to the pages. There, in the center of the next page, was a cryptic inscription written in a language he did not recognize. The ink was a deep blood-red color, and the words seemed to writhe on the page, as if they were alive. The letters swirled and shifted, forming shapes that made his stomach churn. David blinked, his heart pounding in his chest. He was certain the letters had moved, but that was impossible. He rubbed his eyes, trying to clear the vision, but when he looked again, the words were still there, twisted and contorted. As if guided by some unseen force, his hand reached for the book, and before he could stop himself, he spoke the words aloud. The instant the final syllable left his lips, the temperature in the room plummeted. A rush of cold air hit him like a slap to the face. His breath became visible, the mist swirling in the dim light. The lights above flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. David's pulse quickened, and he stood up from the desk, a sense of panic creeping into his chest. He glanced at the book, which seemed to pulse with an energy all its own. The room grew darker, and for a brief moment, David felt a presence, a whisper of something that wasn't quite human. His eyes darted to the corners of the room, searching for the source of the chill, but found nothing. It was as if the shadows themselves had grown deeper, more menacing. Suddenly, the room fell silent, the cold receding, and the lights stabilized. David's hands trembled as he reached for the book once more. He hadn't imagined it, had he? He could still feel the weight of the strange, invisible force in the room, a lingering sensation that the book had somehow changed the very atmosphere around him. His mind raced, torn between rationality and fear. He had only read a few lines from the book. Had he somehow triggered something? Something ancient, powerful, and beyond his comprehension? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. It was just his imagination, he told himself. The cold, the shadows, they were simply the result of too many late nights and his growing obsession with the book. Yet, despite his best efforts to rationalize, David could not shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. He needed to stop, to put the book away and leave it undisturbed. But the pull, the fascination, it was too strong. He reached for the book again, his fingers brushing the dark leather, the surface now unnervingly warm to the touch. The whispers in the air seemed to grow louder, faint but unmistakable. Words he couldn't understand, but which made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. As he opened the book once more, the pages began to turn by themselves, as though the book had a life of its own. David froze, his breath catching in his throat. This was no ordinary book. Whatever power it held, it was already beginning to take hold of him. Chapter 3. The first page. The next morning, David awoke with a sense of foreboding. His sleep had been fitful, interrupted by vivid nightmares of shadowy figures standing at the edges of his bed, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He could still hear their whispers, faint but persistent, as though they were speaking directly into his mind. When he opened his eyes, the room seemed different, darker, colder. The black book of sorrows sat on his desk, where he had left it the night before, its ominous presence still hanging in the air. David rubbed his eyes and stood up, feeling a strange heaviness in his chest. He tried to shake off the lingering unease and forced himself to approach the desk. The book was exactly where he had left it, but as his fingers brushed the cover, a shiver ran down his spine. It was as though the book itself had been waiting for him, its pages eager to reveal their secrets. His hands trembled slightly, but he was determined. He had to know what lay within. With a deep breath, David opened the book again, this time fully prepared to dive into its pages. The words had seemed to twist and writhe the last time he opened it, but now he was more resolved. He would uncover whatever it was that had haunted his dreams. He would master its contents, wield its power. He would prove that he could control it, not the other way around. The first page was plain nothing more than a cryptic symbol etched in ink, a swirling design that seemed to pulse with an eerie energy. It was as though the symbol was alive, constantly shifting, changing its form before his eyes. David stared at it, trying to decipher its meaning, but no matter how hard he focused, he couldn't make sense of it. The longer he looked, the more it seemed to pull him in, hypnotizing him. His eyes moved downward, and that's when he saw it, a line of text, written in a language he didn't recognize. The letters were jagged, almost claw-like, and the ink was dark, as though it had been drawn from the deepest recesses of night itself. David ran his fingers over the words, feeling the coldness of the ink seep into his skin. He couldn't read it, but the sensation of its foreignness filled him with a strange sense of dread. The language felt ancient, too ancient for human comprehension. Without thinking, David muttered the words aloud. He wasn't sure why he did it. Perhaps it was the compulsion of the book itself, pulling him deeper into its mysteries. As soon as the words left his lips, a sharp, biting wind blew through the room, rattling the windows and sending papers fluttering from his desk. The lights flickered again, and the temperature dropped as if winter had suddenly arrived. A cold, malevolent energy filled the room. The air felt thick, charged with something dark and powerful. David's heart raced, but he was rooted to the spot, unable to move. It was as though someone was watching him. He glanced around the room, half expecting to see shadowy figures in the corners, but all he saw were the familiar walls of his study. Suddenly, there was a voice, a soft, sibilant whisper that seemed to come from within the very walls themselves. David froze, straining to hear the words, but they were too faint, too distorted. It was as if the voice was trying to tell him something important, but the words were indecipherable, slipping through his mind like sand through his fingers. He looked down at the book, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The pages had turned on their own, flipping rapidly as though guided by some invisible hand. The book was no longer something to be studied. It was a living, breathing entity, one that had its own desires, its own purpose. David had opened a door, and now there was no turning back. The room seemed to close in around him, the walls pressing in like the jaws of some great beast. His vision blurred, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest as though something was pulling at his very soul. The whispers grew louder, and the book seemed to pulse with a life of its own. He could feel the darkness seeping into his mind, twisting his thoughts, clouding his judgment. It was as if the book was trying to claim him, to make him a part of its twisted history. David staggered back, his mind reeling. He slammed the book shut, hoping to stop the madness from spreading further, but the damage had already been done. The whispers did not stop. They lingered in his mind, echoing in the silence, a constant reminder that he had awakened something far darker than he could have ever imagined. His breath came in ragged gasps as he placed the book back on the desk, his hands still trembling. He couldn't believe what had just happened. He had read only a few words, yet he felt as though he had crossed some forbidden threshold, one that had opened a door to a world he could never escape. The book had changed him. He could feel it in his bones, in his very blood. There was no going back now. The Black Book of Sorrows had claimed him as its own, and its dark power had already begun to work its influence. David knew, deep down, that the worst was yet to come. He had opened the door, and now there was no closing it. The curse was already set in motion, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. As he sat in his chair, staring at the closed book on the desk, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching him, waiting for the next step. And he feared more than anything that the next page would reveal a truth far darker than he could ever imagine. Chapter 4. The curse revealed. David spent the next few days in a state of unease, unable to shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. He couldn't stop thinking about the Black Book of Sorrows, its sinister power lurking in the back of his mind. Every time he looked at the book, a cold shiver would run down his spine, as though it was silently beckoning him to return. But he resisted. His rational mind told him to leave it alone, to lock it away and never speak of it again. But curiosity, that insidious force, gnawed at him relentlessly. He couldn't help but return to it, his mind pulling him back like a magnet. The moment he opened the book again, the room seemed to grow darker, the shadows stretching longer, as though the very air around him had thickened. He had to know what lay within those pages. He had to understand the meaning behind the cryptic symbols and the strange language. It was too much of a temptation to ignore, no matter how fearful he had become. David sat down at his desk, staring at the book with a mixture of dread and fascination. His hands hovered above it, reluctant yet drawn to its power. With a deep breath, he opened the book once more, his fingers trembling as they turned the pages. The first few were filled with more indecipherable text and eerie illustrations, But it was the next page that caught his attention. It was different from the others, its content dark and foreboding, as though it had been written with intent to warn, to prepare. The page was covered in a thick, jagged script that seemed almost alive, pulsating with an energy that made David's heart race. The words were clearer now, written in a language he still couldn't understand, but their meaning seemed to penetrate his mind in ways he couldn't explain. They spoke of a curse, a binding that would tie the reader's soul to the book forever. The more David read, the more he realized the terrifying truth: the book was not merely a source of knowledge, but a trap, a prison, meant to contain and consume. As David read further, the words seemed to change, shifting and twisting before his very eyes. The letters blurred, then reformed, revealing a horrific warning that sent a chill through his entire body. Once the book is opened, there is no escape. Your soul will belong to the sorcerer who created it, and you will serve his will for eternity. His breath caught in his throat as the meaning of the words settled over him like a heavy fog. The curse was real. The text continued, detailing the dark power of the sorcerer who had written the book. The man had once been a mighty mage, capable of summoning unimaginable forces. But his power came at a cost. He had sealed his soul within the book, binding himself to its pages for all eternity. The book, in turn, could grant its reader the same power, but only by sacrificing their own soul. It was a twisted deal, one that promised immortality and power, but at a horrific price. David's mind raced as he tried to process what he was reading. The book was alive, and it was trying to claim him. He had known it instinctively from the moment he first opened it, but now the truth was undeniable. His pulse quickened, and he felt a sense of urgency, as though the book was beckoning him to continue, to complete whatever ritual it demanded. The pages turned themselves, as though the book was determined to reveal more of its dark secrets. His fingers itched to read more, to learn the next step, but a voice in his head screamed for him to stop. He had to close the book, to lock it away and never open it again. The power of the book, though tempting, was far too great. He had seen the consequences: the lives lost, the souls claimed. But even as he tried to tear himself away, the words in the book seemed to call out to him, louder and louder with each passing moment. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to close the book. The room seemed to exhale with him, the oppressive air lightening just slightly. But the whispers didn't stop. They were still there, faint but persistent, murmuring in a language he could almost understand. David pressed his hands to his temples, trying to block them out. But the whispers grew louder, and with them, a strange warmth spread through his body, as though something inside him was awakening. The darkness in the room grew thicker, coiling around him like a living thing. He could feel it in his skin, in his bones. It was as though the very walls of the room had become a part of the curse, closing in around him, suffocating him with their malevolent presence. He could no longer deny it. He was trapped. There was no escape from the book's influence. It had already begun to take root in his soul. David stood up, his legs shaky, his mind a storm of fear and confusion. He knew what he had to do. He had to destroy the book, to rid himself of the curse before it consumed him completely. But as he reached for it again, the book seemed to resist. It was heavier now, more solid, as if it had grown in weight and presence. His fingers brushed the cover, and a surge of pain shot through him, a jagged bolt of cold that made him gasp in shock. The book was not just a source of power, it was a parasite, feeding on his fear, on his desperation. It had already begun to change him, to warp his thoughts, his very nature. He could feel it in the back of his mind, a presence that was not his own, pushing him toward something he couldn't control. It was as though the book had a will of its own, and that will was slowly overtaking him. David staggered back, his heart pounding, as he realized the terrible truth. He wasn't just reading the book anymore, he was becoming a part of it. The curse was not something that could be easily escaped. It had already taken root in his soul, and the only way out now was to finish what he had started. But at what cost? His mind screamed for him to stop, to close the book and never look back. But it was too late for that. The curse had already claimed him, and now it was only a matter of time before the sorcerer's power fully took hold. Chapter 5. The first price. David spent the next few days in a daze, his mind consumed by the black book of sorrows and the curse that seemed to tighten its grip on him with every passing moment. He couldn't escape the pull of its dark power. It was as though the book was calling to him, urging him to open it once more. The whispers in his mind had only grown louder, more persistent, and no matter how hard he tried to ignore them, they kept him awake at night, their words twisting and turning in his thoughts. The first signs of the book's influence on him were subtle at first. At night, David would often wake in the middle of the dark, his skin cold with a film of sweat, his heart pounding in his chest. He would glance at his reflection in the mirror, only to find that his eyes seemed darker, sunken into his face. His appearance had changed, though he hadn't noticed it happening. It was as though the book had begun to draw the life from him, one fragment at a time. His once youthful face now appeared gaunt and haggard, the skin stretched tight over his bones. In the quiet of his study, David could hear the whispers even more clearly now. They were no longer faint, like the whispers of distant voices. Now they were close, as though someone was standing just behind him, breathing down his neck. He would spin around, heart racing, expecting to find someone there, but there was never anyone. Only the empty room, filled with the soft rustling of pages as the book seemed to turn on its own. David couldn't bring himself to close it again. The temptation to keep reading, to unlock the book's secrets, was overpowering. As the days passed, David began to feel the physical toll of the book's curse. His body felt weaker, as though the life was slowly being drained from him. He had trouble sleeping, his dreams filled with shadowy figures, eyes glowing in the dark, watching him. The images from his nightmares bled into reality, and David began to see strange movements in the corners of his vision, flickers of darkness that disappeared when he turned to look directly at them. His senses were growing sharper, but it was a sharpness that cut through his sanity. One night, as he sat in his study, reading the cursed pages of the Black Book, something shifted. The book seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, the pages vibrating ever so slightly under his fingertips. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end as the whispers in his mind grew louder, their words now intelligible. "Come closer, David. Let us show you what we can give you." David's breath caught in his throat. The temptation was unbearable. He had spent so many years yearning for power, for knowledge that few could comprehend. The book promised him everything he had ever wanted: immortality, control, the ability to manipulate forces beyond his understanding. But as he turned the page, the warning from the auctioneer flashed in his mind: this book is not meant to be owned. The auctioneer's voice had been filled with dread, but David had brushed it off. Now, it seemed, the warning had come too late. The moment his finger touched the next page, something snapped inside him. It was as if the book had sensed his desire, his willingness to embrace its darkness. The whispers became more frantic, more insistent, and David felt his chest tighten as though a weight was pressing down on him. His vision blurred, and a strange, nauseating feeling washed over him. The book's power surged through him like a current, coursing through his veins, burning with an intensity that made him gasp for air. He couldn't stop himself. As the book's power overwhelmed him, he began to read aloud the incantation written on the page. The words felt foreign on his tongue, but somehow they came naturally. The moment he finished speaking, the room seemed to tremble, the air growing thick with an unnatural energy. It was as though the very foundations of reality had shifted, and David could feel the change inside himself. At first, nothing happened. David stood in the middle of the room, waiting, heart pounding in his chest. But then, a sudden chill swept over him, and his breath turned to mist. The temperature dropped dramatically, and David's pulse quickened as he felt a presence, a malevolent force looming in the darkness. He turned to face the shadows, but there was nothing there, only the oppressive stillness of the room. And yet, something had changed. David felt different. His senses were sharper, his mind clearer. He could hear the faintest of sounds, feel the smallest vibrations in the air. It was as though the world around him had become more vivid, more malleable. He was aware of everything, the creaking of the floorboards beneath his feet, the hum of the light above him, even the soft rustling of his own breath. But along with this heightened awareness came an overwhelming sense of dread, a feeling that he was no longer entirely human. His reflection in the mirror caught his attention. The man staring back at him seemed wrong. His eyes were no longer the same. They were dark, hollow, as though something had been taken from him. The edges of his face seemed sharper, more angular, and his skin had taken on an unnatural pallor. His body felt alien to him, like a shell that no longer contained the person he had once been. David's hand shot up to his chest, as if to steady himself, but the pain was unbearable. It felt as though something inside him was trying to break free, something dark, something that had been awakened by the curse. His heart raced, and he staggered back, clutching the book to his chest as though it could somehow protect him. But it was too late. The price had already been paid. The book had taken its first payment, the first taste of his soul. And in exchange, it had given him something far more dangerous. Power, but power that came at a cost. As David looked into the mirror, the whispering voices returned, their words clear and mocking. "You are ours now, David. And there is no turning back." Chapter 6. The descent into madness. David had always prided himself on his sanity. His mind had been his greatest asset, the tool he had used to climb the ranks in his profession. He had always been methodical, rational, and in control of his thoughts. But now, as he sat alone in his study, the book open in front of him, he felt a creeping uncertainty, a gnawing fear that he could no longer trust his own mind. The power he had gained, the sharpness of his senses, was starting to feel less like a gift and more like a curse. Each day, he could feel himself slipping further from the man he once was. His thoughts became erratic, scattered. His memories seemed to blur together, moments from his past twisted and distorted. He would sometimes forget where he was, or how he had arrived there. Time itself seemed to warp around him. What had felt like hours would pass in what seemed like minutes. The line between reality and illusion had begun to fade, and David found himself questioning everything he saw, heard, and felt. It was the book's influence, he knew. Its power was far more insidious than he had ever imagined. The whispers in his mind had become constant, like an unrelenting hum beneath the surface of his consciousness. At first, they had only been faint murmurs, voices from far away. But now, they were in his head, all the time, speaking to him in a language he could almost understand. The words were tangled, overlapping, but the meaning was clear. Continue. The power is yours, but you must sacrifice more. He couldn't stop himself. Even though he knew what he was doing, even though he recognized that it was driving him toward the edge of madness, he couldn't help but turn the pages. Each incantation he read, each ritual he performed, only seemed to intensify the voices in his mind. The power grew, yes, but so did the darkness within him. He began to see things, visions that weren't real, shadows that moved on their own, figures that seemed to watch him from the corners of his eyes. It was as though the very fabric of his mind was unraveling, and with each passing day, it felt harder to distinguish the real from the unreal. David would spend hours reading, memorizing the dark rituals described in the book. There was a strange satisfaction in it, a pleasure that he couldn't explain. It was as though the book was feeding him, filling the void inside him that had only grown deeper since he first opened it. The more he read, the more he felt a sickening thrill, as though he were gaining control over something far greater than himself. One evening, as he pored over the book once more, he felt a sudden, sharp pain in his chest. It wasn't physical, but something deeper, an aching emptiness that spread through his body like wildfire. He gasped for air, his vision swimming. The whispers in his mind grew louder, almost deafening now, and a deep guttural voice, spoke directly to him. "You seek immortality, David. You want to live forever. But immortality comes at a price." The room began to distort around him, the walls warping and bending as though they were made of rubber. His reflection in the mirror became twisted, grotesque. The man staring back at him had hollow eyes, a twisted grin stretching across his face. It was him, but not him. He felt a wave of nausea rise in his stomach as his reflection began to laugh, the sound an unnatural, otherworldly cackle that sent chills down his spine. He tried to look away, but the reflection didn't stop. It only laughed harder, the sound growing louder and louder until it drowned out the whispers. David backed away, his hands trembling as he reached for the book. He was becoming unhinged. He knew it. He could feel his mind slipping through his fingers like sand. But he couldn't stop. The book had a hold on him now, and it wasn't letting go. The next day, David found himself wandering through the house, unsure of what he was doing or why. His steps were slow, deliberate, and his eyes darted around the room as though he were expecting something to jump out at him. The shadows seemed to move, shifting and stretching, following him wherever he went. He could hear his own breath, sharp and uneven, echoing in his ears. It was the quiet, too quiet, and the silence pressed in on him like a physical weight. His reflection in the windows seemed off. Too distant, unfamiliar, as though the man he was seeing wasn't really him. He was becoming a stranger to himself. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt truly himself, the last time he had seen the world through clear eyes. His mind was becoming a maze, and he was losing the way out. David tried to focus, tried to shake off the disorienting effects of the book, but the more he fought, the more the darkness crept in. His thoughts became fragmented, like pieces of a shattered mirror. He would think one thing and immediately forget it, only to think of something else that made no sense. The book was changing him, turning him into something less than human, something other. And he couldn't stop it. He knew that he was no longer in control of his actions. The book had taken over, and it was leading him down a path he couldn't return from. The rituals he had been performing, the dark powers he had been unlocking, had altered the very core of his being. He could feel the changes, could feel the darkness growing within him, but he didn't care. He wanted the power, the immortality, the control. In his desperation, David began writing in the book. His hands moved with a speed that surprised him, as if something else was guiding him. He was writing in a language he didn't understand, his blood staining the pages. The words flowed freely, like a river breaking its banks, and David's mind seemed to blur with every line he wrote. He felt the power surging through him, the power of the sorcerer whose soul was bound to the book, and it felt intoxicating. But even as he wrote, even as the power coursed through his veins, David knew that he was losing himself. The price had already been paid, and he was no longer the man he once was. The whispers were no longer just in his mind, they were in his blood, in his bones, in every fiber of his being. He was becoming the book, and the book was becoming him. Chapter 7. The Unseen Hand. David's transformation did not go unnoticed. At first, his friends and family had been unaware of the strange changes that had been taking place. But soon, the subtle shifts in his demeanor and appearance became impossible to ignore. His once vibrant features had dulled, his skin pale and lifeless, the hollow eyes staring back at him from mirrors no longer resembling the man they had once known. His conversations grew erratic, his thoughts lost in the labyrinth of dark rituals and whispers that filled his mind. He was no longer the man they had loved. His best friend, Marcus, had been the first to notice. They had been close for years, sharing a bond that went beyond friendship, a bond that Marcus had always considered unbreakable. But now, when Marcus visited David's home, he found himself repelled by the emptiness in his eyes, the unnatural stillness of the house. The air in David's study was thick with an energy that Marcus couldn't describe, a sense of dread that seemed to seep into his very bones. "David, what's happening to you?" Marcus asked one night, after spending hours listening to his friend mutter incoherently about the book, the power, and the things he had begun to see. "You're not the same. You're scaring me, man." David's response was cold, almost detached. His eyes, once warm and full of life, now seemed to hold something dark and distant. "You don't understand, Marcus. I've unlocked something far beyond what you or I could ever comprehend." His voice was low, the words laced with a chilling conviction that made Marcus take an instinctive step back. The man who had once been his closest friend now felt like a stranger, someone lost to something greater and far more terrifying than either of them could have imagined. As the days went on, David's behavior became increasingly erratic. He stopped leaving his house altogether, abandoning his work and his social life. His obsession with the Black Book of Sorrows deepened, and he could no longer ignore the constant pull it had on him. It was as though the book itself was guiding him, shaping his thoughts and actions, pushing him further into darkness with every passing moment. One night, Marcus decided he could no longer sit idly by, watching his friend slip away into madness. He arrived at David's house unannounced, hoping to confront him, to snap him out of whatever grip the book had on him. But when he entered the study, he was met with a sight that made his blood run cold. David was sitting at the desk, staring at the black book with an expression of complete focus, his fingers trembling as they traced the pages. The room was heavy with a presence that made it feel suffocating, as though the walls themselves were closing in. "David, you've got to stop this," Marcus pleaded, his voice shaking with urgency. "This isn't you. Whatever's in that book, it's changing you. Please, come back to us." David slowly looked up, his eyes vacant, yet filled with an intensity that made Marcus take a cautious step back. There was something unnatural in the way David's gaze lingered on him, something that felt like it was watching him from beyond his own body. For a moment, Marcus thought he saw a flicker of recognition in his friend's eyes, but it was gone in an instant. "You don't understand," David murmured, his voice eerily calm. "The power, it's overwhelming. I can't stop it. It's already inside me." He stood up slowly, his movements stiff, almost mechanical. "I don't belong to myself anymore. The book, it has taken me." Marcus took another step back, his heart pounding in his chest. He had seen the signs before, but now they were undeniable. David was no longer the man he had once known. Something far darker had consumed him, and there was no trace of the old David left. Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped, and Marcus could see his breath in the air. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to grow longer, stretching toward him with an unnatural force. He turned to the door, ready to flee, but it slammed shut with a deafening bang. Panic surged through him, and he rushed to the windows, only to find them locked from the inside. He was trapped. "David, what have you done?" Marcus shouted, his voice cracking with fear. David didn't respond. Instead, his attention returned to the book, which now seemed to pulse with an energy that made the very air tremble. The pages flipped on their own, as though the book had a life of its own, as though it were alive and breathing. Marcus could feel the weight of its power, the darkness that emanated from it, and it made him dizzy. He felt like he was suffocating, the air too thick to breathe. The whispers were louder now, as though they were speaking directly to Marcus. "You shouldn't have come, Marcus. You are part of this now." The words echoed in his mind, and he stumbled back, pressing his hands to his ears, trying to block out the sound. But the more he resisted, the louder the voices became. The walls seemed to close in around him, the shadows stretching to devour him whole. David, meanwhile, was no longer the man Marcus had known. His features had become gaunt, his eyes hollow and dark. He was no longer human, not entirely. The curse had consumed him, body and soul, and Marcus could see it in the twisted expression that now twisted across David's face. He was a puppet, a marionette controlled by the book, and Marcus was witnessing the final transformation. Without warning, David turned to face him, his lips curling into a grin that was not his own. It was a smile of pure malice, a smile that sent chills down Marcus's spine. The book's influence was no longer confined to David, it was in the room, in the very air, and Marcus could feel it tightening its grip on him, pulling him toward the darkness. "David, please, fight this," Marcus pleaded, his voice barely more than a whisper, choked with fear. David's eyes flickered with something recognition, maybe, or perhaps pity, but it was fleeting, gone as quickly as it had appeared. He spoke, his voice low and cold, "There is no fighting it. We are one now, Marcus. The book has claimed us both." Before Marcus could respond, the shadows in the room lunged toward him, and the world around him went black. Chapter 8. The awakening Marcus woke to an unbearable stillness. His body ached, his muscles stiff, as though he had been lying motionless for hours, maybe days. His eyes opened slowly, adjusting to the dim light that filtered through the room. His head throbbed, and for a moment he struggled to remember where he was, what had happened. His mind was clouded, and his vision blurred. As he sat up, the memories came rushing back, like a torrent. David's transformation, the book, the dark power that had taken hold of his friend. Panic surged through him as he looked around. He was no longer in David's study. The room he was in was unfamiliar, dark, and cold. The air smelled musty, stale, and the walls seemed to pulse, like they were alive with a hidden energy. The book, David's cursed book, was nowhere to be seen, but Marcus could feel its presence lingering in the air, like a shadow, lurking just beyond his perception. He tried to stand, but his legs buckled beneath him, weak and unsteady. His body trembled, his limbs not his own, as though something was siphoning his strength. His mind raced, thoughts colliding in a chaotic storm. Where was David? What had happened to him? Had he been taken by the book, swallowed whole by its dark power? Marcus couldn't believe it, couldn't accept it. His friend, his closest ally, was now lost to something far greater than either of them could have ever understood. A noise broke through his thoughts, a soft rustling, like pages turning. Marcus froze. He looked around frantically, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The sound was coming from behind him, but when he turned, he saw nothing. The room was empty, save for the dim shadows that seemed to move at the edges of his vision. He rose to his feet again, more carefully this time, his heart pounding in his chest as the whispers returned, faint but unmistakable. "Come closer, Marcus. Come to us." The voice echoed in his mind, and he staggered back, his stomach twisting in fear. It wasn't just the book, it was something more. Something ancient, something that had been waiting for this moment. Marcus felt the weight of its presence, the malevolent force that had been awakened by David's descent into madness. The power that had consumed him now sought to claim him, too. He stumbled forward, driven by a force he couldn't explain, a force that seemed to pull him toward the source of the whispering. His mind was clouded, his thoughts growing hazy as he fought to hold onto his sense of self. The room seemed to bend around him, the shadows warping and stretching, as if they were alive, reaching out for him. As Marcus moved deeper into the room, he saw it. The Black Book of Sorrows. It sat on an ancient pedestal, its cover gleaming in the dim light, the title embossed in gold letters that seemed to shift and shimmer. Marcus's heart stopped. It was the book, but it felt different, more alive, more powerful. The energy that radiated from it was unlike anything he had ever felt before. It was as if the book itself had become a gateway to something darker, something beyond the realm of human understanding. The whispers grew louder, and Marcus's hands trembled as he reached out to touch the book. He couldn't stop himself. The pull was too strong. As his fingers brushed the cover, a jolt of cold shot through his body, and the room seemed to collapse in on him. His vision swam, his mind spinning as the voices in his head grew louder, more insistent. Take it, open it, unlock the power within. His breath caught in his throat. He didn't want to do this. He knew it was wrong, that it would cost him everything, but the temptation was overwhelming. It wasn't just the book, it was the curse, the power, the promise of something more. He had to know what lay within. He had to understand it. It was the only way to save David, to save himself from the darkness that had already begun to claim him. With shaking hands, Marcus opened the book. The pages turned on their own, flipping rapidly, until they stopped on a page filled with intricate symbols and strange text. The writing seemed to pulse, as though it were alive, and the room seemed to fade away as Marcus's eyes fixed on the words. He could feel the power in them, could feel the darkness seeping into his very soul as he read aloud the incantation written on the page. The price must be paid. The soul must be bound. The moment the words left his lips, the air in the room changed. The shadows deepened, growing darker, more oppressive. Marcus felt his heart race, his chest tightening as though the life was being squeezed out of him. The book seemed to glow with an unholy light, its pages shifting as if something was being summoned, something ancient and terrible. He staggered back, horrified. What had he done? The whispers were deafening now, a cacophony of voices that filled his mind, drowning out everything else. The book had not granted him power, it had claimed him. The price had been paid, and now he was bound to it, just as David had been. The room seemed to swirl around him, the walls closing in as the darkness grew more intense. He could feel it in his skin. In his blood he was no longer human. He was a part of the book, a part of the curse that had consumed his friend. There was no escape now. As the shadows wrapped around him, Marcus realized with a sinking feeling that the book was not just a source of power, it was a prison. A prison for those who sought to unlock its secrets, a prison for souls who dared to try and take its power. And now, like David before him, Marcus had become a prisoner, trapped in the book's dark embrace. His body trembled as he fell to his knees, the weight of the curse bearing down on him. His soul was no longer his own. The Black Book of Sorrows had claimed him, just as it had claimed David. And as the shadows closed in, he understood the terrible truth. The book would never let him go. Chapter 9. The price of power. The first few hours after Marcus opened the Black Book of Sorrows were filled with a disorienting silence, an eerie calm that enveloped him. But the moment his mind began to clear, the terrifying truth hit him all at once. He was no longer himself. The power he had so desperately sought, the same power that had corrupted David, was now coursing through his veins, alive and pulsing, controlling his every thought and action. He could feel it pushing against his consciousness, bending his will, forcing him to submit to its malevolent grasp. Marcus tried to resist, to fight back, but the more he struggled, the more the darkness seemed to tighten its grip on him. The power was overwhelming. It filled him, surged through his body like liquid fire, and with every passing second, he could feel his humanity slipping away, replaced by something darker, something ancient and inhuman. His fingers twitched with the newfound energy that surged through him. He could sense the air, the space around him, the very molecules of the world, as though he had gained control over them. His senses had sharpened to an unbearable degree, and with it, the whispers in his mind grew louder. "You feel it, don't you?" The voice echoed, a low, guttural sound that seemed to reverberate within his skull. "The power, the immortality. It is yours for the taking, Marcus. You are no longer bound by the frailties of human flesh." Marcus gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, trying to block out the voice. It was the book, speaking through the dark sorcerer who had bound himself to it. The sorcerer's spirit was now one with the book, and Marcus could feel it crawling beneath his skin, twisting his thoughts. He had felt this before, when David had succumbed to the curse. The same overwhelming desire for power, for control, had taken root in him. And now, it was his turn to face its consequences. The room around him seemed to warp, the walls distorting as though reality itself was being bent by the sorcerer's power. Marcus reached out, his hands trembling, and in an instant, he could feel the energy of the room responding to his will. He could manipulate it, shape it, control it. The air crackled with electricity, and he could feel the temperature drop as he concentrated, summoning the shadows. He could see them flicker and twist, moving of their own accord as if they were extensions of his will. He could hear them whispering his name, praising him for embracing the power, for letting it consume him. But even as he reveled in this newfound strength, he could feel the toll it was taking on his body. His muscles were strained, his bones aching as though they were being stretched and pulled apart by the force within him. The more he used the power, the more he felt his humanity slipping away, like sand through his fingers. It was as if he were becoming something else entirely, something that was no longer alive, but not quite dead. His skin had turned a sickly gray, his veins blackened and pulsing with unnatural energy. He could see the changes in the reflection of his eyes. The once vibrant pupils had now become dark voids, empty and endless, a reflection of the power that was consuming him. "You are ours now, Marcus," the voice crooned. "You have chosen the path of power. You will never be the same again." The words were true. Marcus could feel it deep within him. The price had been paid, and now there was no going back. He had thought he could control the power, that he could use it to save himself and David, but the book had already claimed him. It had already started to twist him into something unrecognizable, a puppet to its will. His body was no longer his own. He could feel the sorcerer's presence growing inside him, pushing his thoughts aside, taking control of his every action. It was then that the true horror of the curse revealed itself. As Marcus stared into the shadows, he saw a figure emerging from the darkness, a shadowy silhouette that grew clearer with each passing moment. It was David, but not the David he had known. The man before him was gaunt, his skin stretched tight over his bones, his eyes hollow and empty. He was no longer human. He was a vessel for the sorcerer's will, a puppet bound to the black book of sorrows. David's lips curled into a twisted smile, and Marcus could hear him speaking, though his voice sounded hollow, as if it were coming from far away. "You're too late, Marcus. You've already given yourself to the book. You've already joined us." Marcus staggered back, his heart pounding in his chest as the weight of his actions finally sank in. David had been lost to the book long ago, and now he was just another fragment of the sorcerer's will, another piece of the curse that had claimed them both. Marcus had thought he could control the darkness, but it had consumed him just as it had consumed his friend. He had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. He was no longer human, and there was no escaping the fate that awaited him. David reached out, his fingers thin and bony, and placed a cold hand on Marcus's shoulder. "It's too late to turn back, Marcus. You've made your choice. Now, you belong to the book." The words echoed in Marcus's mind, and he felt the darkness pulling him deeper. The shadows swirled around him, closing in like a suffocating blanket. He could no longer see the world for what it was. All he could see was the endless void, the book's power wrapping itself around him, pulling him into its depths. As the darkness swallowed him whole, Marcus realized the terrible truth. The book had not given him power. It had taken everything from him, his humanity, his soul, and his will. He had become nothing more than a vessel for the sorcerer's dark magic, bound to the book for all eternity. And now he would wait, just as David had, for the next fool to open its cursed pages. Chapter 10. The final bargain in the endless dark, where time no longer mattered. Marcus found himself trapped, his body and soul bound to the black book of sorrows. He was no longer the man he had once been. His mind had become a fragmented shadow of its former self. The darkness was all-consuming, a void that stretched on forever, a prison from which there seemed to be no escape. His thoughts were no longer his own. They were twisted and distorted, manipulated by the malevolent force that had taken root within him. The sorcerer's presence was always there, like a dark passenger in his mind, watching, waiting, controlling. The whispers in his head were relentless, always coaxing him deeper into the abyss. "You are one with us now, Marcus. There is no turning back." The voice of the sorcerer had become a constant presence, a sound that vibrated in his very bones. It was no longer a voice from the book, it was in him, a part of him, a part of the curse that had taken his soul. The promise of power, of immortality, had been a lie. What he had gained was not freedom but slavery, a servitude to a force far greater than he could ever have imagined. As the years passed, Marcus's body began to wither. The power of the book had corrupted him, changing him into something unrecognizable. His skin had become pale and brittle, his veins blackened like cracks in dry earth. His once clear eyes had turned a lifeless gray, the pupils dull and void of any human warmth. His reflection no longer resembled the man he had been. He was a hollow shell, a puppet without a master, his every movement dictated by the sorcerer's will. But there were moments, fleeting moments, when Marcus felt something stir within him, a spark of the man he had once been. In those brief seconds, he could almost remember who he was before the book, before the curse. He would grasp at those fragments of his former self, but they would slip through his fingers like water, leaving him more lost than before. The power that had consumed him was now a part of him, and there was no escaping its influence. No matter how hard he tried to fight, the book's hold was inescapable. Then, one day, the darkness in his mind shifted. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Marcus felt the sorcerer's presence waver. It was as though the dark force that had bound him for so long was losing its grip. The whispers faltered, their relentless pressure fading for a brief moment. Marcus stood still, his chest heaving as he realized what had happened. Was the sorcerer weakening? Was the curse finally breaking? But the answer came quickly, and it was not the freedom he had hoped for. The voice of the sorcerer returned, louder than before, a menacing growl that reverberated in his mind. "You think you can escape, Marcus? You are mine, now and forever. There is no release. You will never be free. Not while the book exists." The realization hit him with a crushing force. The sorcerer's power was unyielding, and the book was eternal. It was not just a curse, it was a trap, designed to ensnare the souls of those who sought its forbidden knowledge. The book itself was alive, a creature of darkness, feeding on the souls of those foolish enough to open its pages. And now, Marcus had become a part of it, just as David had, just as countless others before them had been. As the weight of the truth settled over him, Marcus understood that there was no way out. The bargain had been made long ago, and it was not one that could be undone. The sorcerer's soul was bound to the book, and those who sought its power were doomed to become nothing more than vessels, empty and hollow, forever trapped in its pages. The price of power was not immortality, it was eternity in the dark, bound to the book for all time. And yet, even as the despair threatened to swallow him whole, a strange sense of clarity washed over Marcus. He understood now that the true horror of the Black Book of Sorrows was not the power it offered, but the way it manipulated its victims. The book didn't grant power, it consumed it. It didn't give immortality, it stole it. Every soul that came into contact with it was doomed to become part of the curse, to serve the book's twisted will for eternity. But there was still a part of Marcus that refused to give in completely. It was small, a whisper among the cacophony of darkness, but it was enough. He had been foolish, yes. He had been greedy, driven by a desire for knowledge and power that had blinded him to the true cost. But he would not become a puppet forever. He would fight. He would resist. In the depths of the darkness, Marcus made a decision. He would find a way to break the curse, even if it meant sacrificing himself. He would destroy the book, even if it cost him his soul. The sorcerer's grip on him would not be eternal, not if he had any say in the matter. The book may have claimed him, but he would not let it claim his humanity. With that thought, a surge of energy pulsed through him, a flicker of resistance, and for the first time in years, Marcus felt something other than despair. The darkness did not relinquish its hold, but it wavered, just for a moment, as if it too was uncertain. And in that fleeting moment, Marcus realized that the battle was far from over. There was still hope, as long as he had the strength to fight. But the true test lay ahead. To destroy the book would require more than just resistance. It would require a sacrifice, a final bargain that would cost Marcus everything. His soul was already bound to the book, but to sever the connection, to free himself from its grip, he would have to make a final, irreversible choice. And that choice would be the end of him, or perhaps the beginning of something worse. The Hollow Man, Chapter 1. The stranger at midnight. The wind howled through the empty streets of Ravenswood, carrying with it an unnerving chill that made the hairs on the backs of necks stand on end. It wasn't unusual for the night air to be cold, but tonight it felt different, like something was coming. The usual quiet of the town, nestled in the valley beneath the old oak forests, was eerily still. Even the distant hoots of owls had gone silent. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale glow over the houses that lined the main street. Windows were dark, curtains drawn tight, and the town seemed to have forgotten that it was alive with people only a few hours earlier. Now, the town was empty, as if holding its breath, waiting for something it couldn't name. A few stars twinkled overhead, but their light felt distant, almost uninterested in what was happening below. At exactly midnight, a figure emerged at the edge of the town, walking down the narrow, unpaved road that led into the heart of Ravenswood. No one saw him arrive, no car pulled up, no footsteps echoed through the night. One moment the street was empty, and the next, he was there, a tall man draped in a long, dark coat. His gait was smooth and unnerving, as though he were gliding across the ground rather than walking. The coat billowed behind him, obscuring his form, but the movement seemed unnatural, like he wasn't quite part of the world around him. As he walked, the air grew colder, and the shadows around him seemed to deepen. The wind had stopped, and the only sound was the faint rustling of the trees on the outskirts of town. A few street lamps flickered above, casting brief, trembling lights on the figure's form. His face was hidden beneath a hood, but even from a distance, the townspeople who happened to be awake could feel the weight of his presence. It was as if his very being distorted the night, making it feel wrong, unnatural. At first, no one dared to speak of him. Ravenswood was a place where the supernatural was rarely discussed, yet everyone knew of the old stories, whispered by the elders who had lived through decades of town history. Superstitions ran deep, and people feared the unknown. But this figure, this stranger, had a presence unlike anything they had encountered before. He didn't seem to fit, as if he had been plucked from somewhere outside of time itself. The stranger's path seemed aimless, as though he were searching for something or someone. He passed the town's old church, where the bell tower stood silent in the moonlight, casting long shadows onto the cobblestones. Not a single light flickered from the windows of the homes, and no one dared to peer out from behind their curtains to catch a glimpse of him. The air was thick with an unspoken agreement. Stay hidden, stay silent, and maybe, just maybe, he would pass them by. But the stranger didn't pass by. He came closer. As he reached the town square, several residents who had been too frightened to sleep now stood by their windows, gazing through the curtains. Some of them saw him clearly. Others only glimpsed his figure, his head turning slightly as he made his way along the road. There was something unsettling about the way he moved, like he was always looking for something just out of reach, yet aware of everything around him. Every eye in the town seemed to follow him, yet no one dared to speak. The air felt thicker now, as if a storm was gathering on the horizon, though the sky remained clear. A few of the braver townspeople, perhaps driven by morbid curiosity, crept quietly outside, their footsteps muffled by the silence that had fallen over the streets. They watched from dark corners, from behind trees, trying to understand who or what this stranger was. But the moment they looked directly at him, they felt an overwhelming sense of dread, something deep inside telling them to look away. The man continued on, his presence almost hypnotic. His pace never quickened, never slowed, as if he were aware of the fear he inspired and enjoyed the power it gave him. The closer he got to the town's inn, the more the town seemed to shrink back in fear, as if the buildings themselves were recoiling from his touch. Those who had dared to step outside found themselves rooted to the spot, unable to move, unable to speak. At the inn, the door opened, and a lone figure appeared in the doorway, a man with a scruffy beard, wearing a tattered robe, his eyes bleary from lack of sleep. He looked out across the square and saw the stranger walking toward him. The man froze, his hand instinctively reaching for the doorframe, as though he were about to step into a nightmare. His breath caught in his throat, and he could feel the weight of the stranger's gaze upon him, though he couldn't see his face. The stranger stopped just before the inn. For a long moment he stood there, his head slightly tilted as if listening, as if waiting for something. Then, without a word, he turned away and continued deeper into the night, leaving the town once more in silence. But the damage had already been done. Those who had seen him would never forget his presence, and a palpable unease hung over the town, an unseen tension that would not be shaken off so easily. The next morning, as the sun began to rise and paint the town in soft shades of gold, no one spoke of the stranger, but no one needed to. The air still felt heavy with his presence, and as the townspeople went about their day, they couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The Hollow Man had arrived, and with him, something darker had come to Ravenswood, something that would not leave until it had claimed its due. Chapter 2. The Missing Children. The morning after the stranger's arrival, the town of Ravenswood seemed strangely unchanged. The sun rose as it always did, casting golden hues over the peaceful homes, the thick oaks that lined the streets, and the small town square. The air, which had been so cold during the night, was now warmer, but there was an unmistakable tension in the atmosphere. The events of the previous night were unspoken but heavy, like a shadow cast over the community. At the heart of this unease was a single quiet event, the disappearance of young Thomas Avery. His parents, who had been waking up in the early hours, discovered that their son, just 7 years old, was nowhere to be found. The door to his room had been left ajar, and the window was wide open. His shoes were missing, and his favorite toy lay untouched by his bed. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air. It didn't take long for the news to spread. A town that had always been so safe, where children ran in the streets without fear, now found itself gripped by terror. Thomas was the first to disappear, but his absence set off a chain reaction. Within hours, whispers began to spread. Had the stranger returned for the child? Was he involved? As the hours passed, more children were reported missing. Abigail Morris, a quiet girl of 9, was found to be missing from her home. Her mother, frantic, told neighbors that her daughter had been playing outside the day before, and when she checked at dusk, Abigail was gone, her swing gently swaying in the wind. Other children were reported missing one after the other, each vanishing without a trace. The town was shaken to its core. Panic set in, and families clung to each other, fearing the worst. It wasn't just that the children were gone. It was the strange absence of any sign, any trace of their departure. No footprints in the dirt. No sounds of struggle. It was as if they had been swallowed by the earth itself. The townspeople gathered at the church, speaking in hushed voices, casting wary glances toward the outskirts of town. Some of the older residents began muttering about the legend, the one that had been told for generations, though it had always seemed like mere superstition. The Hollow Man, they said, had returned. The very figure who had haunted their dreams for years, whose shadowy presence was said to claim the souls of the innocent. But there was no proof, no evidence that could link the strange man to the children's disappearance. He had not been seen near their homes, and no one had witnessed his actions. The more the town searched, the less they found. There were no signs of struggle, no broken windows, no footprints leading into the woods or out of town. The children simply vanished. Sarah Collins, a young woman whose younger brother, Kevin, was among the missing, felt a sharp pang of fear grip her heart as she walked through the streets. The town's usual bustle had turned into a mournful quiet, with shopkeepers locking up their stores early, and families keeping their children inside. Sarah had heard the rumors, of course. The Hollow Man was being whispered about again, but Sarah couldn't bring herself to believe such tales. She had seen the stranger last night, just like everyone else, and she had felt the same unease. But that was all it was, wasn't it? A strange man in a dark coat, a figure that hadn't even spoken, who had disappeared just as quickly as he had arrived. How could anyone believe that this was the same creature from the old legend? Surely, it was just a coincidence that the disappearances had started so soon after his arrival. Despite the fear, Sarah refused to sit idly by. Her brother was missing, and she would not let some ghost story keep her from finding him. She gathered a few friends, people she trusted, and they set out to search the town. They began with the woods, as they had heard that children sometimes wandered off to play there, but even as the hours stretched on, they found nothing. There were no signs, no clues. The woods were still, peaceful even, a stark contrast to the chaos consuming the town. The day stretched on into night, and with it, the tension only grew. Sarah's frustration turned to anger as she sat in her room later that evening, staring out the window. The silence was maddening. The town was in panic, but all anyone did was talk. No one was taking action. She felt the need to do something, anything, to find her brother. But each time she looked toward the town square, the same feeling crept in. The fear, the whispering, the certainty that the stranger had something to do with all of this. As she made plans to investigate further, a cold gust of wind blew through the crack in her window. The room seemed to darken for a moment, and she could have sworn she saw a shadow passing by outside. Her heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran down her spine. Could it be the Hollow Man? She was afraid to look out the window, yet something pulled her toward it. And as she stood, her hands trembling, she saw it, a figure in a dark coat standing at the edge of the street, motionless. The Hollow Man had returned. And this time, it wasn't just an eerie presence, it was real. And with him, something darker had come. Sarah could feel it in the pit of her stomach. Something terrible had been set into motion, and if she didn't act soon, her brother and the others might never be found. Chapter 3. The Eyes in the Dark. The town of Ravenswood had never seen a night so dark. The moon, hidden behind thick clouds, offered no comfort, and the wind that had been so still during the day picked up again, howling through the streets like a living thing. It carried with it a sense of foreboding, a promise that something was coming, something more terrifying than the town had ever known. For 3 nights, the children had been disappearing. One by one, each child had gone missing under the cover of darkness, vanishing without a trace. Sarah had seen the fear in the eyes of every parent, and the once bustling streets had fallen into a tense silence. Even the most skeptical among them had begun to speak of the legend again, the Hollow Man. But in the shadows of Ravenswood, no one had seen anything concrete. Until now. That night, Sarah couldn't sleep. Her brother Kevin had been gone for 2 days, and she couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't just lost, he was being taken. Her mind raced with thoughts of what could be happening to him and the others. The townspeople had been searching, but there was no trace. It was as if the children simply evaporated from the face of the earth. She decided to take matters into her own hands. With a heavy heart, Sarah grabbed a flashlight, slipped on her coat, and stepped outside into the cold night. The streets were empty, with only the sound of her footsteps breaking the silence. She moved quickly, her eyes darting from shadow to shadow, feeling the hairs on the back of her neck rise with each passing second. The wind seemed to be following her, whispering in her ears, but Sarah ignored it. She was determined to find something, anything that would explain the disappearances. As she made her way toward the woods, she heard something that made her stop dead in her tracks. It was the faintest of sounds. Something soft yet unmistakable, the sound of something moving in the darkness. She turned the corner of a narrow alley and shone her flashlight in the direction of the noise. At first, she saw nothing. The beam of light bounced off a pile of discarded wood, and a few stray leaves danced in the wind. But then, just beyond the reach of the light, something moved. A flicker of motion, a shadow just out of her sight. Her heart raced as she instinctively took a step forward. The light caught something. Two eyes, glowing faintly in the dark, staring back at her from the edge of the trees. They were like nothing Sarah had ever seen. The eyes were unnaturally large, their pupils gleaming like liquid fire, and the darkness around them seemed to pulse with an eerie energy. She froze, unable to tear her gaze away from the glowing orbs. The silence around her deepened, and for a moment it felt as though the entire world had gone still, as though everything was watching, waiting. And then the eyes blinked. A slow, deliberate blink, and Sarah's breath caught in her throat. A chill ran down her spine, and a feeling of dread swept over her. She knew deep in her bones that these were not the eyes of an animal or a person. They were something else. Something wrong. Her instinct was to run, but her body refused to obey. Her legs felt heavy, like they were cemented to the ground, as she remained locked in place, staring at the eyes that seemed to be staring right through her. She didn't dare to move, not even a muscle, afraid that any sudden movement might provoke whatever creature was watching her. The eyes blinked again, and then, without warning, they vanished into the dark. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as she snapped out of her trance. She spun around and ran back the way she came, her flashlight bobbing wildly in front of her. Her breath came in ragged gasps, and her mind raced. What had she just seen? Was it the Hollow Man? Or something else? She didn't know, but she didn't care. All she knew was that the danger was real, and it was close. By the time Sarah reached her home, the fear was suffocating. She slammed the door behind her, bolting it shut, and sank to the floor, her mind reeling from the encounter. The eyes in the dark haunted her thoughts, and the unsettling feeling that she wasn't alone in the night lingered long after the glow of the flashlight had faded. As Sarah caught her breath, she heard a soft knock at the door. A slow, deliberate knock, one that sent shivers down her spine. She crept to the window, peering through the curtains. There, standing in the middle of the street, was the figure in the dark coat, the Hollow Man. His face was hidden beneath his hood, but his eyes were visible, glowing faintly in the night, just like the eyes she had seen in the woods. She backed away from the window, her heart racing. How long had he been standing there, watching her? She could feel his presence, even though she couldn't see him clearly. The Hollow Man wasn't just a figure. He was a force, an entity that had come to claim something, someone. The knock came again, louder this time. But it wasn't the Hollow Man at the door. No, it was something worse, something connected to him. The eyes she had seen in the woods. They were not just watching her. They were watching everyone. And now, Sarah realized with a sinking feeling, the darkness had begun to spread. Chapter 4. The silent visitor. The following morning, the town of Ravenswood seemed quieter than ever before. The sun rose weakly, casting pale light over the town's crumbling buildings, but even the warmth of day couldn't chase away the chill that had settled in the hearts of its residents. The missing children were all anyone could talk about, yet no one had any answers. The Hollow Man had become the center of every whispered conversation, and the air was thick with fear. Sarah hadn't slept at all the night before. Her mind was still reeling from the strange encounter with the eyes, and the shadowy figure of the Hollow Man standing outside her window. She hadn't told anyone about what she had seen, the eyes in the dark, the way they seemed to watch her from the trees, but she knew deep down that the Hollow Man was connected to everything. The disappearances, the fear, the strange presence that lingered in the town. He was the cause. That evening, Sarah stood by the window of her small home, watching as the last light of day slowly faded from the sky. The wind had picked up again, and the trees outside her window swayed ominously in the growing darkness. Every creak of the house seemed louder than normal, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer, creeping in from every corner. A knock on the door startled her, sending a rush of adrenaline through her veins. Who could it be at this hour? No one ever came by this late, especially with everything that had been happening. She hesitated for a moment, glancing around the room as if expecting something to jump out at her. Then, swallowing her fear, she walked toward the door, her breath catching in her throat. When she opened the door, no one was there. The street outside was empty, save for the flickering lampposts that cast eerie shadows on the ground. The wind had died down, and all she could hear was the faint rustling of leaves in the trees. But something was wrong. She could feel it. She wasn't alone. She stepped out onto the porch, looking down the empty street. There was no one in sight, but the sense of dread that had been gnawing at her all day had now intensified. It was as if something was lurking just beyond her vision, waiting to strike. Her heart pounded in her chest as she slowly turned around to head back inside. And then she saw it. In the doorway, standing just beyond the threshold, was a figure tall, cloaked in a long black coat. His face was hidden beneath a dark hood, but his presence was unmistakable. The Hollow Man. He had appeared without a sound, as if he had always been there, waiting for her to notice him. Her body froze. She couldn't move. The figure stood perfectly still, his posture rigid and unmoving. No words were spoken. There was only an oppressive silence that filled the air, thick and suffocating. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as she stared at the figure. Every instinct in her screamed for her to run, to lock the door and never look back. But she couldn't move. And then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, the Hollow Man stepped back into the shadows. Without a sound. He was gone, swallowed by the darkness as though he had never been there at all. The weight of his presence lingered in the air, suffocating and heavy. Sarah stood frozen, her body trembling, unsure of what to do next. The door slammed behind her as she stumbled back inside, her mind reeling. What had just happened? Was she losing her mind, or had the Hollow Man truly been standing there? She rushed to the window again, her hands shaking as she peered out into the night. There was nothing. No sign of the figure. No movement in the street. The town was as quiet as ever. But Sarah knew. She knew the Hollow Man was still out there. And she knew that he wasn't just an ordinary man. He was something much older, much darker, a force that had been awakened by the curse, a force that had returned to claim the souls of the town's children. As the hours passed and the darkness grew deeper, Sarah's thoughts began to spiral. She couldn't ignore the growing fear that the Hollow Man had come for her brother, Kevin, and that there was nothing she could do to stop him. The town was falling apart, and every time she thought she was getting closer to the truth, she found herself more entangled in the web of fear and confusion. The town had changed since the night the Hollow Man first arrived. People no longer ventured outside after dark, and those who did kept their heads down, avoiding any eye contact. The once vibrant community was now a shadow of its former self, paralyzed by terror. And all the while, the Hollow Man watched. He had always been watching. Sarah had no choice but to confront him. She had to find her brother and end whatever evil had been unleashed upon the town. But she couldn't do it alone. She needed help. Desperate for answers, she turned to the only person she trusted, Pastor Jonathan, an elderly man who had lived in Ravenswood longer than anyone else. He had heard the stories, had even told them himself in hushed tones. But now, Sarah hoped that he would have the answers she so desperately needed. The next morning, Sarah made her way to the church, her steps slow and deliberate. The doors creaked as she entered, and the familiar smell of incense filled her lungs. Pastor Jonathan sat near the altar, his head bent in prayer. When he looked up and saw her, his eyes were filled with both concern and fear. "Sarah, you're here," he said softly, his voice trembling. "I've been expecting you." Chapter 5. The ancient curse. The air inside the church felt heavy, as if the very walls were holding secrets that had long been buried. The dim light of the candles flickered, casting long shadows across the pews. Sarah stood in front of Pastor Jonathan, her heart racing, her thoughts swirling. She had come to him for answers, but now that she was here, she wasn't sure she was ready to hear them. Pastor Jonathan rose slowly from his seat, his weathered hands gripping the edges of the altar as if bracing himself for something terrible. His eyes were clouded with years of sorrow, and Sarah could see the weight of his knowledge pressing down on him. He had seen things, known things, things that had been passed down from one generation to the next, hidden in the dark corners of Ravenswood's history. "Sarah," he began, his voice low and hoarse, "you've come for answers, and I fear you're about to learn the truth of what's happening. But be warned, the truth is not something we can easily undo. It's a curse, one that has plagued this town for centuries." Sarah's breath caught in her throat. A curse? She had suspected as much, but hearing the words spoken aloud made the horror feel all too real. The Hollow Man, the missing children, the ever-growing fear that gripped Ravenswood, had it all been part of this curse? Had the town been doomed from the beginning? "The Hollow Man is no ordinary creature," Pastor Jonathan continued, his gaze distant, as if reliving the painful memories of the past. "He is a spirit of vengeance, bound to this land by a ritual gone terribly wrong. Long ago, the founders of this town, men and women desperate for power, summoned something they could not control. They performed a ritual, thinking they could gain the strength they sought, but instead, they invited something far darker into their world." Sarah listened intently, her mind racing to keep up with the gravity of what the pastor was saying. She had always known there was something wrong with the town, but this was far beyond anything she had imagined. A ritual? A spirit of vengeance? It sounded like the stuff of nightmares. The spirit they summoned was not a god, not a benevolent being, Pastor Jonathan went on. It was something born from pain and rage, something that could never be satisfied. It was the Hollow Man, a creature who exists only to collect souls, to fill the emptiness inside of him. And he will not stop until he has taken what he is owed. Sarah felt a chill run through her body. This wasn't just a monster in the shadows. This was something far worse. A being who had been created by human greed and fear, a being whose insatiable hunger for souls could never be quenched. And now, it seemed, the town of Ravenswood had become its feeding ground. "The curse was born that day," Pastor Jonathan said, his voice growing quieter. "The Hollow Man was set loose, and since then, every generation has paid the price. Every few decades, when the spirit grows restless, the children of Ravenswood vanish. They are taken, one by one, to fill the Hollow Man's empty soul. And when the last child is claimed, the town itself will fall into darkness, consumed by the very spirit that was summoned so long ago." The weight of the words hung heavily in the air, and Sarah felt a wave of disbelief crash over her. How could this be true? How could the town have been living under such a curse for so long? She had grown up in Ravenswood, had never once heard of such a thing. Had the townspeople really been living in the shadow of this evil for centuries? Why hasn't anyone stopped it? Sarah demanded, her voice trembling with frustration. Why hasn't anyone done anything? Pastor Jonathan looked at her, his eyes filled with sorrow. "They tried," he said softly, "but every time they failed. The curse is too powerful, and the Hollow Man too clever. He feeds on fear, on the very terror that keeps the town paralyzed. The more people try to fight him, the stronger he becomes. And now, it is your generation's turn to pay the price." Sarah's mind spun as she processed the information. The curse, the Hollow Man, the missing children, all of it was connected to something ancient and unstoppable. She had been hoping for a way to break free from this nightmare, but now it seemed as though there was no escape. The town had been condemned from the very beginning. "There is a way to stop him," Pastor Jonathan said suddenly, his voice quiet but urgent. "But it's dangerous. It requires a great sacrifice. You must find the source, the ritual that summoned him." If you can destroy the magic that binds him to this town, you may be able to stop the curse. But it will not be easy. You will have to face the Hollow Man himself." Sarah stared at him, her heart pounding in her chest. The idea of facing the Hollow Man, the creature who had haunted her nightmares and taken so many innocent lives, was terrifying beyond words. But if there was even a chance to save her brother, to end the curse once and for all, she had to try. "How do I find it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Pastor Jonathan hesitated, then gestured toward the back of the church, where a small, worn book lay on the altar. "The answer is written in the old texts. The founders kept records of the ritual. You must find them, Sarah. The book contains the key to breaking the curse. But be warned, once you open it, there is no turning back." Sarah didn't hesitate. She walked toward the altar, her fingers trembling as she picked up the book. The ancient leather cover was cracked with age, and the pages inside were yellowed and fragile. It felt as though the book itself held centuries of secrets within its pages. She opened it carefully, her eyes scanning the faded ink as she searched for anything that could help her. The words on the pages seemed to blur together, their meaning lost in time. But as she read, she began to see something: a pattern, a set of symbols that matched the town's history, the very foundation of Ravenswood. And there, at the very end of the book, was the key, the ritual, the binding. She closed the book with a sense of dread. The path ahead was clear, but it was also treacherous. She would have to face the Hollow Man, face the very evil that had been consuming the town for centuries. And she would have to do it alone. Chapter 6. The dark ritual. The air felt heavier as Sarah stepped away from the altar, the ancient book clutched tightly in her hands. The candlelight flickered in the dim church, casting long, twisted shadows on the walls, making the place feel like a tomb. The weight of what she had just discovered hung over her like a shroud: the knowledge of the curse, the Hollow Man, and the ritual that had bound him to Ravenswood. It was all too much for one person to bear. And yet, there was no turning back. She had to see this through. With a final glance at Pastor Jonathan, who stood silently behind her, she turned and left the church. The night air hit her like a cold wave, sending shivers down her spine. She had read the ritual, the binding, but it was cryptic, wrapped in layers of language long forgotten. The symbols in the book made sense to her, but the words seemed to resist her understanding, as if warning her to stay away from the path she had chosen. But Sarah couldn't stop now. She had learned enough to know that the Hollow Man was not just a figment of the town's imagination. He was real, and he was waiting. She could feel his presence even as she walked through the dark streets of Ravenswood, his shadow lurking just out of reach. The town seemed quieter than ever before, its silence now a suffocating blanket. There was no laughter, no chatter, only the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind and the distant cries of creatures hiding in the darkness. The ritual she had read about was tied to the land itself, to the very foundation of the town. The founders of Ravenswood had bound the Hollow Man to the land, using their blood and fear to create a pact with the darkness. The ritual had been meant to grant them power, but instead it had cursed the town, dooming each generation to pay the price for their ancestors' greed. The children, innocent and pure, were the sacrifice that kept the Hollow Man at bay. The only way to break the curse, the book had said, was to destroy the ritual, to sever the bond that tied the Hollow Man to the town. But to do that, Sarah would have to find the place where the ritual had been performed, the very spot where the spirit had been summoned into this world. And she had no idea where to begin. As she made her way down the familiar streets, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Every shadow seemed to hide something just out of sight. Every gust of wind carried the scent of something foul. Sarah quickened her pace, her footsteps echoing in the empty streets. She couldn't shake the feeling that the Hollow Man was close, that he was waiting for her to make a mistake, to falter. It was then that Sarah saw it, the old cemetery at the edge of town. The gates were rusted, the stones crumbling with age, but it had always been there, a silent witness to Ravenswood's past. Sarah had never given much thought to the cemetery, never imagined that it could hold any answers. But tonight, it called to her. Something about it felt wrong, as if it held the key to everything she was searching for. She pushed open the gate, the metal screeching in protest as it swung inward. The moonlight barely touched the ground as she walked through the graveyard, her heart pounding in her chest. The graves were old, their names faded by time, but there was one that caught her eye. A stone that stood apart from the others, its inscription barely readable. She moved closer, her breath catching in her throat as she read the name etched into the stone, Elias Winters. The name sounded familiar, but Sarah couldn't place it. She crouched down beside the grave, her fingers brushing the cool stone. There was something about this grave, something that felt important, like it was the first piece of the puzzle. She ran her hand along the edge of the stone, and that's when she saw it, a symbol carved into the surface, hidden beneath the moss and dirt. The symbol was the same one she had seen in the book, the one tied to the ritual. Her heart skipped a beat. Elias Winters had been one of the founders of Ravenswood. The book had mentioned him, along with the other names of those who had performed the dark ritual. Sarah's mind raced as she pieced together the fragments of information she had gathered. Elias Winters had been the one who had summoned the Hollow Man, the one who had bound him to the land with blood and fear. And now, his grave held the key to breaking the curse. As Sarah stared at the symbol, she felt a cold wind sweep through the cemetery, sending a shiver down her spine. The air grew thick, and for a moment, the ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble. She looked around, her eyes searching the shadows, but there was nothing. No movement, no sound. But she couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone. Then, she heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible above the wind. A voice, ancient and cold, murmuring words that sent chills through her body. It was the Hollow Man. He was here. He had been waiting for her to find the grave, to uncover the truth. The curse was alive, and it was drawing closer. Sarah stood up quickly, her legs weak with fear. She had to act fast. She couldn't let the Hollow Man get any closer. The ritual, the binding, it all depended on finding the right place to break the curse. But she knew now that this cemetery, this grave, was where it had all begun. The ritual had been performed here, and if she could find a way to destroy the connection, the curse might finally be broken. With trembling hands, Sarah reached into her coat pocket and pulled out the book. She flipped through the pages, searching for anything that could help her. The ritual, there had to be something she could do, something that could sever the bond between the Hollow Man and Ravenswood. She couldn't fail. Not now. Not when the children's lives were at stake. And then, at the very last page, she found it. A description of the final step of the ritual, the one that would destroy the Hollow Man's connection to the land. It was a dangerous act, one that required great sacrifice. The ritual demanded the blood of the person who had first summoned the Hollow Man, the blood of Elias Winters. But Elias Winters was dead, and Sarah was the only one left who could fulfill the ritual. Chapter 7. The Hollow Man's return. The air was thick with anticipation as Sarah stood in the graveyard, the weight of her discovery pressing down on her like a stone. The wind had stopped, and the world around her had gone eerily still. She could feel the presence of the Hollow Man, his dark energy closing in on her. His spirit had always lingered in the shadows of Ravenswood, but now it was here stronger than ever, feeding on the fear that had been building for generations. The realization hit her like a tidal wave. To end the curse, she would have to sacrifice herself. The ritual demanded the blood of the one who had first summoned the Hollow Man, Elias Winters. But Elias was long dead. She was the one who would have to fulfill the final step, blood for blood, life for life. The thought made her stomach churn, but she knew there was no other way. If she didn't act now, the Hollow Man would claim even more souls, and the town would fall into darkness. Her fingers gripped the book tightly, its ancient pages rustling in the cold night air. The ritual was clear, but there was one thing Sarah didn't understand. The last step required her to draw the Hollow Man into the physical world, to confront him in his true form. She had no idea how to do that, but the book's instructions were unambiguous. The ritual would not work unless she summoned him. As if on cue, the ground beneath her feet trembled, sending a shiver up her spine. She looked up, her breath catching in her throat. The cemetery seemed to stretch before her, the shadows lengthening, and the once still air began to swirl around her, thick with the scent of decay. The presence of the Hollow Man was undeniable now. She could feel his eyes on her, cold and empty, watching her every move. Her heart pounded in her chest as she closed her eyes, trying to steady herself. The ritual required one final act of courage, an act of bloodshed. She had to offer her own blood, her own life force, to break the curse and banish the Hollow Man forever. But something gnawed at her, something deep inside her gut that whispered that this wasn't the only way. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that the ritual was not just a means of destroying the Hollow Man, but of binding herself to him forever. But Sarah couldn't let doubt consume her. She had seen the horror of the Hollow Man's power, the terror he instilled in the town, the children he had claimed. She had to do this. She had to end it all. The lives of Ravenswood's children depended on it. The ground began to crack beneath her feet, and the shadows stretched unnaturally long. She turned toward the old gravestone of Elias Winters, the place where the curse had first been born, and with trembling hands, she sliced her palm open with a sharp stone she had found earlier. Blood dripped onto the earth, mingling with the dirt and dust, a dark offering to the spirit that had haunted this town for centuries. For a moment, nothing happened. The air hung still, and Sarah dared to hope that the ritual had worked, that the curse had been broken, that the Hollow Man would finally leave Ravenswood in peace. But then, the ground trembled again, this time more violently, and a deep, guttural sound rumbled from beneath the earth. Her heart leapt into her throat as she felt a cold gust of wind brush against her skin. The cemetery seemed to shift, the graves sinking into the earth as if the land itself was being pulled downward. The shadows deepened, and a figure emerged from the darkness. A tall, hollow silhouette, its face hidden beneath a cloak, its eyes glowing with an unnatural, fiery light. The Hollow Man had returned. He stood before her, an empty, faceless figure, his very presence draining the life from the air around him. The power of the curse was stronger than ever, and as Sarah looked into the darkness where his face should have been, she felt the weight of an infinite emptiness staring back at her. The Hollow Man's voice came, soft and cold, like a whisper carried on the wind. "You cannot undo what has been done," he said, his tone filled with ancient malice. "I have claimed this town, and I will take what I am owed. Your blood is mine now, just as your soul will be." Sarah's pulse quickened, and she instinctively took a step back. Her vision blurred as the Hollow Man's presence surrounded her, his power threatening to consume her. But she couldn't let him win. She couldn't let him take another life, not when there was still a chance to break the curse. "You can take my blood," she said, her voice shaking but resolute. "But I won't give you my soul." The Hollow Man laughed, a hollow, bone-chilling sound that echoed through the cemetery. "Your soul is already mine, child. You are a part of the curse now. You always have been." Sarah's thoughts raced. She had to do something. The ritual hadn't worked as she had expected. The Hollow Man had not been banished, and now he was standing before her, stronger than ever. She remembered the final part of the ritual, the severing of the bond, the destruction of the connection. But how could she destroy what had already been bound for centuries? Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. The ritual hadn't just been about blood. It had been about sacrifice, but not just her own. She had to break the cycle, destroy the foundation of the curse, and sever the Hollow Man's connection to the town once and for all. But it required more than her blood. It required the blood of the founders, the very people who had bound the Hollow Man to this land. With newfound determination, Sarah turned to the grave of Elias Winters, her eyes narrowing. She had to destroy the ritual. She had to find a way to undo the dark pact that had cursed Ravenswood, and in doing so, she would have to confront the Hollow Man in ways she never could have imagined. Chapter 8. The unseen trap. Sarah stood at the edge of the grave, her hands trembling as she stared at the Hollow Man. The air around her felt suffocating, as though the very essence of the town had conspired to trap her in this moment. The ground trembled beneath her feet, and the wind had become a steady, unsettling howl, carrying with it the promise of something terrible. Every nerve in her body screamed for her to run, to flee from the thing before her. But Sarah couldn't. She had no choice now. The curse, the Hollow Man, it was all connected, and it was up to her to destroy it. The Hollow Man stood still, his faceless form emanating a palpable darkness, his presence suffocating the air. The earth around him seemed to distort, as if the very ground beneath them was alive, writhing and shifting in response to his power. His eyes, glowing like embers in the night, locked onto her, and Sarah could feel her very soul being dragged toward him. There was something sinister in those eyes, something that whispered of endless hunger, of voids that could never be filled. "You think you can end it, don't you?" The Hollow Man's voice echoed, cold and hollow, filling the graveyard with an unnatural resonance. "You believe you can sever the bond, destroy what has been woven into the fabric of this land. But you are wrong. You are merely part of the trap." Sarah's blood ran cold as his words settled in her mind. Part of the trap? What did he mean by that? She had come here to end the curse, to stop the endless cycle of death and suffering. The ritual, the blood, it had all led her to this moment, and yet, now that she was standing before him, the final step seemed more elusive than ever. She had thought she understood the curse, but now she realized there was so much more she had yet to uncover. "You are not the first to come," the Hollow Man continued, his voice growing colder with every word. "Many before you have tried to break the cycle, and each time they have failed. They, too, thought they could destroy me, destroy the bond. But in the end, they only become part of the very thing they sought to erase." A chill ran through Sarah as she realized the truth in his words. The ritual hadn't just bound him to the land, it had also bound anyone who tried to destroy him, anyone who dared to challenge the curse. She wasn't here to break the cycle. She was here to join it. "You see," the Hollow Man said, stepping closer, his movements slow and deliberate, "the ritual is not about destroying me. It is about feeding me. Every time someone tries to break the curse, they become a part of it, a part of the trap. And in their desperation, they offer me the one thing I need, their fear." Sarah stepped back, her heart pounding in her chest. Fear. It was what had kept the Hollow Man alive for centuries. Fear had been the fuel that had kept the curse alive, feeding the very thing that haunted Ravenswood. Every generation, every desperate attempt to break free from the curse had only strengthened it. She had been a part of that cycle without even realizing it. And now, it seemed that the Hollow Man was waiting for her fear to feed his hunger. "No," Sarah whispered, her voice shaking with the realization. "No, I won't give you that." The Hollow Man's laughter filled the air, a low, echoing sound that seemed to vibrate the very ground beneath Sarah's feet. It was the laughter of someone who had already won, who knew that the end was inevitable. "You cannot stop it," he said, his voice like ice. "You will become a part of me, just as they did, just as your ancestors did. The cycle is endless, and you are its final piece." Sarah felt the weight of his words like a heavy stone pressing down on her chest. She had come here to save her brother, to break the curse, but now she understood. The Hollow Man was never meant to be destroyed. He was a part of the town's history, a reflection of the darkness that had always existed within Ravenswood. He was not just a creature bound by a ritual. He was the embodiment of the town's own sins, its greed, its fear. "You're wrong," Sarah said, finding her voice despite the rising panic inside her. "I won't be like them. I won't feed you." The Hollow Man's glowing eyes narrowed as he tilted his head, studying her with an almost curious expression. And yet, here you are, in the same place they stood. You can feel it, can't you? The trap closing in around you. You are already mine, Sarah. Your blood is on the ground. Your fear is already feeding me. Sarah's pulse quickened as she glanced down at the blood she had spilled earlier, the dark stain now slowly seeping into the earth. She had been so focused on breaking the curse, on finding a way to save her brother, that she hadn't realized the full weight of what she was doing. She had already taken part in the ritual. She had already played into his hands. No, she whispered, stepping back again, her mind racing. There had to be another way. There had to be something she could do to escape this trap. She thought of the book, the ancient texts, the words that had promised a way to end the curse. But the Hollow Man was right. She had already begun to feed him. Every step she had taken toward the ritual had brought her closer to him. She had been playing his game all along. You cannot outrun the darkness, the Hollow Man said, his voice now a low, guttural murmur. It is part of you, just as it is part of this town. You cannot escape your fate. For a moment, Sarah felt like giving up. The weight of his words, the hopelessness of the situation, threatened to crush her spirit. But then, something deep inside her stirred. She had come this far. She had come to end the curse, to save her brother. And if that meant facing the Hollow Man in all his terrifying, faceless form, then so be it. She would not let fear consume her. She would not be his prey. I will stop you, she said, her voice steady and resolute, even as her heart hammered in her chest. I will find a way to destroy you. The Hollow Man smiled, though it was not a smile that reached his eyes. Then come, Sarah, he said, his tone dripping with malice. Come, and face your destiny. Chapter 9. The final confrontation. The cemetery had become an otherworldly place, transformed by the Hollow Man's presence into something darker, something beyond Sarah's understanding. The shadows had deepened, stretching like living tendrils that reached for her, pulling at her legs, trying to drag her into the earth itself. The ground seemed to pulse with a sinister energy, and every whisper of the wind carried with it a mournful cry, a cry that spoke of lost souls, of a time long forgotten, of a curse that had never been truly broken. Sarah stood her ground, her breath shallow but steady, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. The Hollow Man had revealed himself in all his terrifying form. His face a void of endless darkness, his glowing eyes the only sign of life within him. His hollow body seemed to absorb the very light of the moon, bending the night around him into something unnatural, something filled with fear and malice. She could feel the weight of his presence, suffocating her, trying to break her resolve. But she wouldn't let him. You think you can defeat me? The Hollow Man's voice was like a breeze through the trees, low, cruel, and relentless. You are nothing. Your fear is mine. Your blood is mine. And now, your soul will be mine as well. Sarah's heart raced, but she didn't flinch. She had come too far to turn back now. The ritual, the curse, the Hollow Man, everything had led her to this moment. She had to end it, for her brother, for the children of the town, for the very soul of Ravenswood. She could feel the power of the curse thrumming beneath her feet, ancient and eternal, but she wouldn't let it claim her. She would be the one to break it. You don't control me, Sarah said, her voice steady despite the fear that curled deep in her chest. I am not part of your cycle. I am not your prey. The Hollow Man's eyes flashed with a sinister gleam. You misunderstand, he hissed. You are already part of it. You always have been. The moment you spilled your blood on the earth, you sealed your fate. You cannot escape it now. Sarah's hand trembled as she reached for the book, the ancient text that held the key to ending the curse. The pages seemed to burn with a strange energy as she opened it, the symbols on the pages flickering and shifting as if alive. She knew what she had to do. She had to sever the bond between the Hollow Man and the land, to break the ritual once and for all. But the book's final words were clear. To destroy the Hollow Man, she would have to sacrifice herself. Her blood, her soul, everything. She would have to become the final offering. The Hollow Man seemed to sense her hesitation, his grin widening as he slowly moved closer. "It is already done, Sarah," he murmured. "You cannot fight what you are. The darkness is within you. It always has been." A wave of cold terror washed over Sarah, threatening to break her. The thought of sacrificing herself, of becoming part of the curse, filled her with dread. But then she thought of the children, the innocence that had been stolen from Ravenswood over the years, and she knew she couldn't allow this nightmare to continue. The Hollow Man had to be stopped. She would end it, even if it meant losing everything. With renewed determination, Sarah stepped forward, her eyes fixed on the Hollow Man. "I am not afraid of you," she said, her voice now sharp and filled with defiance. "I will destroy the curse. I will free this town. You will not take me." The Hollow Man's laughter filled the air, a hollow, mocking sound that echoed in the night. "You think you can defeat me with mere words? I am eternal. I am the darkness that has haunted Ravenswood for centuries. You cannot stop me." The ground beneath Sarah's feet trembled again, but this time she didn't retreat. She stood tall, her body trembling with both fear and resolve, and raised the book high. The symbols on the pages began to glow with a fierce light, casting a strange, otherworldly glow across the cemetery. The Hollow Man recoiled, his form flickering in the harsh light, his eyes narrowing in anger. "You are not the first to try this," the Hollow Man sneered, his voice laced with venom. "And you will not be the last. I have consumed so many before you. I will consume you as well." Sarah's hands tightened around the book, the energy of the ritual flooding her body. The air grew thick, charged with power, and she felt the curse beginning to unravel around her. She could feel the Hollow Man's influence weakening, the bond between him and the land starting to dissolve. It was working. The curse was breaking. But at what cost? "Goodbye," the Hollow Man whispered, his voice now cold and filled with finality. "You cannot escape your fate. None of us can." The earth beneath Sarah's feet cracked open, and she felt herself being pulled downward, the darkness threatening to swallow her whole. But she didn't fight it. She didn't retreat. She closed her eyes, accepting the sacrifice, knowing that she had done what needed to be done. The Hollow Man's power began to fade, his form flickering in and out of existence, and she felt the final threads of the curse severing. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the darkness lifted. The wind died down. The ground stopped trembling. The Hollow Man was gone. Sarah stood there, her heart pounding in her chest, her body numb. The curse had been broken. Ravenswood was free. Chapter 10. The hollow soul. The stillness in the cemetery was almost suffocating. The wind that had once howled through the trees had fallen silent, and the oppressive atmosphere that had weighed down on Ravenswood for centuries seemed to have lifted. Sarah stood at the center of the graveyard, her breath ragged, her body trembling from the power that had just surged through her. The ritual had been completed. The curse had been broken. And yet, despite the absence of the Hollow Man, something felt wrong. For a long moment, she stood motionless, her hands still clutching the book, its pages now yellowed and worn from the intense energy it had absorbed. She glanced around, but there was no sign of the Hollow Man. No sign of his dark presence, no whispering voice, no glowing eyes. It was as if he had never existed. But Sarah could feel it. The emptiness, the void left behind by the Hollow Man's departure was more than just the absence of a physical being. It was something deeper, something that resonated in her bones. She had expected to feel relief, to feel free, but instead, there was only a hollow emptiness that seemed to echo in the very core of her being. The wind stirred again, soft at first, but growing stronger with each passing second. Sarah wrapped her arms around herself, shivering from the cold, as the reality of what had just happened began to settle in. She had broken the curse, But in doing so, she had unknowingly given something of herself to the hollow man. He had taken something. A part of her had been consumed in the process, something she could not yet comprehend. She felt a strange sensation deep within her chest, a pull, as if something was calling to her from within the earth itself. It was as though her soul had been marked, as though the very essence of the curse had left an imprint on her that could never be erased. She closed her eyes and tried to shake the feeling, but it was like a shadow that clung to her, refusing to let go. Sarah's mind raced as she stumbled back toward the town, her feet dragging with each step. The streets were eerily quiet, the homes dark and still, as if the entire town were holding its breath, waiting for something. Ravenswood had been freed, yes, but at what cost? What had the hollow man left behind? What had he taken from her? She reached her home, the door creaking as she entered, and she was greeted by the empty silence. The house felt colder than it ever had before. Her heart ached as she thought of her brother, of the other children who had vanished, and of the town that had suffered under the curse for so long. She had done what she could, but the feeling of emptiness inside her lingered, a weight she could not shake. Sitting at the kitchen table, she ran her hands through her hair, trying to clear her mind. She had freed Ravenswood, but now she felt disconnected from the world around her. The town was safe, but she couldn't escape the sensation that she had lost something vital that would never return. She had given her blood, her fear, her soul, and in the process, she had unknowingly made a trade. As Sarah sat there, staring at the flickering candlelight, she began to feel it again, a presence, not of the hollow man, but something different. It was subtle at first, a soft whisper that seemed to echo in the back of her mind. Her pulse quickened, and she stood up, feeling the need to look outside. The town was still, but she could feel the pull again, the sense that something was waiting for her. Stepping outside, Sarah's breath caught in her throat as she saw it. At the edge of the town, standing in the shadows, was the figure of a man, a shadowed figure with glowing eyes. But this time, it wasn't the hollow man. It was her. She could see herself standing in the darkness, her face blank and hollow, her eyes lifeless, reflecting the emptiness inside her. Her heart skipped a beat as the realization hit her. The hollow man hadn't just taken part of her soul. He had taken all of it. He had claimed her fear, her sacrifice, and now her very essence. She had become a part of the curse, a reflection of the darkness that had plagued Ravenswood for centuries. She had been consumed, and now she would never be the same. The figure in the shadows moved toward her, and Sarah felt the pull again, stronger now, dragging her toward the darkness. She reached out, her hands trembling, but the figure didn't speak. It didn't need to. It was her. It was the hollow soul, the emptiness that had been left behind when the curse was broken, the void that she had unknowingly become a part of. "Help me," Sarah whispered to the shadowed figure, her voice breaking. "Please help me." But there was no answer. The figure only stared at her with those hollow eyes, empty and cold. And in that moment, Sarah understood the terrible truth. The hollow man had not been defeated. He had not been banished. He had only been given a new form, a new vessel to inhabit. And she was it. The wind began to howl again, and the figure in the shadows stepped closer, merging with her. The curse was never truly broken. It had merely shifted from one vessel to another. And now, Sarah was the hollow soul, trapped in an endless cycle of darkness, feeding on the fear and emptiness that had once consumed Ravenswood. As the last of her humanity slipped away, Sarah's mind went dark, and she became nothing more than an echo of the curse that had haunted the town for centuries.